Hello everyone, welcome back to Meydan Racecourse. We're a couple of weeks after what was a pretty epic Fashion Friday and a couple of meetings out from the next one, the next big one, which is Emirates Super Saturday. And we've got some quality horses racing tonight. Obviously the Fitchery Hayes are well represented. Charlie Appleby has got a nice little team coming forward tonight, one of which should certainly take some stopping, and some good open contests between the dirt and the turf. We'll have the usual faces at the races in between racing, so keep an eye out for that. Your chance to win a bit of cash tonight and plenty to look forward to. Here are some of the equine stars on show with Pat.
Well, it is our 10th meeting here from Dubai, and at Meydan this evening, it could be a big night for the Hay family. Never show weakness, aims for 3 on the bounce for Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea. Rafe Beckett also has another one for Team Hay. The crouch to ride Starlust down the straight. Very impressive in behind Star of Mystery, who has been the peak of the form for 5 and 6 furlong races so far this season, and he looks to go one the bet this evening. And it was a slow tempo that did Ruling Dynasty last time out to the races. We'll get back once again, but with more of a genuine tempo. You'd say his second time around in Dubai. We'll see him going a little bit better. Let's have a look at the schedule for tonight's 9-race program from Meydan. We kick off, all thanks to DP World, P&O Marinas over 1,600 metres for the purebred Arabians. We then head on to the turf over the mile for the Dubai Auto Zone. The We1 presented by DP World over the 1,400 on dirt. The Dubai Trade, it's a handicap over the 1,600 metres on turf. The Jebel Ali Free Zone, the Japsa, will be over 2,000 metres on the dirt. Race 5 on the program. Back to the 1,200 metres on turf for the Dubai Trophy. Then we head to the Vizirabad handicap over the 2,400 metres on turf. One of our big staying contests for the evening. Our final 2 races, a 1,200 metre race on dirt, the DP World Logistics, and the National Industries Park will be our final race over 2,000 metres on turf. Let's have a look at the runners not joining us this evening. Race 1, number 1, Fleet Ace AA comes out of the purebred Arabians race. Frosty Wind won't take its part for Elise Jean in race 2. Race 3, number 3, Destructive comes out. He was in the market on the international market there for Michael Bell and comes out here. Race 4, number 2, Legend of Khan. Number 5, Elmer Reb. Number 6, Beautiful Secret. And number 17, Bark Al Emirat, the first emergency, will not take his place. Race 5, number 2, Celtic Prince for the Borsley camp. We also have race 8, number 10, Huao Alarab, not taking his place this evening. And race 9, number 12, Lightbeam, also comes out for Falzinas. Jockey changes here for race number 4. Second, third and fourth emergencies all take their place. Royston French will ride Cahill for Salam bin Gadaya. Sam Hitchcott on Silver Jubilee for Sheikh Obeid and Doug Watson. And Saif Al-Balushi will ride Branwell, the fourth emergency, getting a start this evening. And here's the track going report for the 9th of February. Much like the last couple of weeks, has been good to firm the entire way around. We do have a little patch of good in the first 50 metres of that sort of 1,000 metre sprint. So a little bit of good there, but mostly good to firm for this evening's racing. 9 races here from Meydan.
Well, welcome out to just outside the parade ring, where we are getting set for 9 races tonight and some, I think, findable winners. I'm just going to, straight off the bat, Pat Comerford, just going to say it.
I think you've got a lot more confidence than I do, Tom Stanley. Hello to you. And
probably misplaced.
Yeah, it's a nice card across the board. I think there's some open races. There are definitely a few races where there is a standout, but yeah, when you said that to me off air, I don't come through. We'll get those eventually, but
I'm going to need them because I've got nothing else.
we won't come through with the same. I probably don't have the same sentiments that you do. I think it's a little bit tougher, but you know, there's a couple of horses I think on there that definitely deserve their place to win this evening, and they probably get their chance too.
There's a couple that I feel like I'd be disappointed if they didn't, because you want them to kick on into the rest of the carnival. There we are. So first to 9 we're going to have a look at is the purebred Arabian race, kicking things off. I'm going to get my notes back and then take you through these. Thank you. There wasn't a huge amount to go on here. I mean, I say winners eminently findable. I don't know about this one. This I thought was pretty tricky. Here they are. Take you through the rest of them. That is 6 to 10. And we both agree on one of the horses, the 9 horse that's just gone. But a nice big field to kick things off over the 1,600 metres. Well, I don't think you're going to want to be drawn too wide necessarily. The one we both agree on is Muthabir for Connor Beasley, who's top rated in the race, under Connor Beasley. Now, my slight concern there is that he might want a bit further. But he's the best horse in the race.
He is. He has to be. Going off his run last time out over in Oman, he's, I guess, a horse that I think has got the upside there. He's going to need further than a mile, as you said, but he doesn't strike a very difficult race here, and that's going to see him going pretty well here. Look, if I was going to make, I guess, a push towards anything else, I thought the run and win the lane of Ayash was very impressive, but maybe even Luai as well, the 7, but he has drawn a little sticky. I think from where he's drawn, Muthabir is going to get every opportunity here, and Connor Beasley's picked up a number of these Arabian races so far this season at Meydan. So I think he's on the right horse once again here for Ibrahim Al Hadrami, who he's had good success for so far this season, our leading rider.
And the races earlier in the evening often play to speed. It's a temperature thing, I think, probably. And we see that with the purebred Arabian horses a lot, you know, being not too far off it. I know that's a dirt thing anyway, but by and large, the Arabian races, I feel that's a thing. And, you know, he's got plenty of gate speed, so hopefully he puts that to good use.
Yeah, 9 on top for both of us.
Yeah, there we go. Hopefully it's going to be a good start for Pat and I. Race number 2 is the first of the thoroughbred races. And here they are: Algernon, Al Pasta, Al Sahib, Al Sad, Benzema. There's some form ties in here. Algernon obviously bumped into a stable companion, good thing last time. Chef de Partie, Dahez, Dark Candy, Izage, who was also in that race. Flame Wood, number 10. 11, doesn't go. Going to Midnight Deal, Muhim, Special Cigar, and Yas. Pat's already taken through all the non-runners tonight. And Condor Pasa, who let's have a look at Condor Pasa. I guess, you know, should go well here. This was a good run back on the turf. Does he stay this distance? I don't know. That's my slight concern. Is he going to see out a mile?
I think so. I think he probably gets it. I think the conditions of the race probably allow him every possible chance of, you know, getting that extra distance. I don't see there being too much of a concern from a fitness perspective, because he's had plenty of runs so far this season. A number of those have been at Jebel Ali, and we've seen the stable so far this season utilise Jebel Ali as a way to really knock some fitness into horses. You know, we saw it with Watch My 6 earlier on in the season as well. His ability to come back from a strong run there, and now he did run at Meydan last start. It was on the turf, so it does prove that he can go on the surface. I think he's at the rating. Conditions give him, you know, obviously considering the fact that he's got a much higher rating than quite a few of these horses, and he comes into this as a 3-year-old with 55 kilos. The conditions were almost built to see him run a good race here, and yeah, I think this is a chance to see him actually running out an okay mile the way that the conditions are in the event.
To your selection?
Yeah, 16 on top for me, Condor Passer. I think this is his race to win. And yeah, look, the 1,600 metres is the only question mark. If it was over 1,400 metres, I'd be saying he'd be much shorter on the international market than he already is. But yeah, I think he'll see out the distance, and it might be a little bit dicey at the end, but I think he'll have enough in the tank to do so.
I'm with Algernon, who came out of the race with Izage when they bumped into a horse who really on the figures was always going to go and win this race, and did under Macar Barcelona, but Algernon chased him through. It's just on a line path. The horse is lightly raced. He's back in distance. I don't necessarily think that's the plus, but he's just really unexposed, and you know, I think this is a decent level of form, and he was never really given a shot here, if you know what I mean, whereas he'd be given a shot tonight. Yeah, like he's got a massive chance here, doesn't he? Mount Tambora, we saw head well up in class after this maiden win, so it looks like a nice horse to be running behind, considering the fact that you are contesting maiden company again. So yeah, no, I can understand a worthy selection there, and he's definitely up the top of my numbers as well, but 16 is my pick there. Race number 3. We're back on the dirt here, and this is over 1,400 metres. Autobahn, Thunder Blue, who is top rated in the race. Falcon of Arabia, King of Luck. That's the first 4 of them. Pure Ambition, Meydan, where's the wire? Well, I guess the starting point should be the Ammo Racing horse, because he's top rated for a reason. But that's an old rater. He's not been bang on song recently. I wanted to oppose him on top just because I was concerned about the surface and what sort of form he's in, and I also think he's an absolute speed horse, and I worry that he'll be paddling a bit at the end of the 1400.
Yeah, your comments are very valid there. I had him as my 4th selection. I went initially 3-1-4-2 here. 3 comes out Destructive, who I thought probably will appreciate the drop back in distance, but he will not be joining us here this evening. So my second selection comes up into first, and that's Autobahn. His run overseas was impressive. Look, will he take to the track here, and will he take to the surface? That's the big question mark that you obviously have with a horse like Autobahn. But I certainly would rather take a chance on him or Falcon of Arabia over Thunder Blue for the reasons that you said, and the fact that I just don't think that this trip's going to suit him.
I'm with Falcon of Arabia. I don't really know why. I mean, there's nothing to go on. But I just, the yard have sent out a few first up winners.
Yeah. He's USA bred. Well, he's dirt bred. He's by Medaglia d'Oro mare. He's by, he's from a stable and ridden by a rider who has had a lot of success with first starters here. I think from a perspective, if you were looking at this from an algorithm perspective, you didn't have a lot to go off on these horses, and you plainly and simply went off statistics of stable, rider, everything like that. Well, you're going to be drawn to Falcon of Arabia. Yeah, that was my angle. You're basically 1-4-2 and I'm 4-1-2, so there we are. One of us will hopefully be right in race number 3. Race number 4, we're back on the turf for this, over the 1600 again. As one, Perfect Love, Silent Defence, the first 3 that go. 6 doesn't go either. Joe Checker, Hawa Baladi, Mostawa, Mountbatten. There's a few bits of form that tie in here. Weird, we've got a few nons tonight. Perfect Balance, Al Zahir, Al Maroon, Georgine Lamp, and Shake Hand. And Wild Tiger, and Cahill, Silver Jubilee, and Bramwell. We're going to have a look at Aswan, Mountbatten, Joe Checker. Mountbatten's my selection. I think there's a lot of upside to the horse. Was wide here, didn't get the perfect trip, and I thought came home pretty well. I thought with this, obviously the winner ran away with it here. I thought of those that are taking each other on again, I thought for me he just about arrived on top, and he was shortest of the Misaba runners on this day in the international market, and I think we'll take a step forward for it. I agree. I think he makes a genuine case as a horse that'll be running on. There's going to be a genuine tempo up in front. And the question mark is whether or not horses are going to be running down these leaders, or potentially a leader that decides to go and take off up in front, because this race certainly has a couple of those in there that would potentially take up sort of a commanding forward position. Or is that leader going to have a chance to be able to slip away and not have that, not have to worry about these horses making ground? That's the question you've got to ask. Are you going to be on a horse who gets back, or are you going to be on one of these leaders? Because it could honestly go either way. And just the way that the race is shaped out here, I actually leant towards Mustawa here. I liked the run last time out in behind Franz Kafka, led them up, pretty genuine tempo, as you can tell by Franz Kafka coming from where he did. Horse only got beaten 2.75 lengths, running 5th. Ben Cohen jumps on for Heather Main. The horse will be fitter now with that run under the belt, and I think he'll be on the international market. I think he'll be a genuine each-way contender. He's one that can slip away from them and potentially have a few of these off the bit and chasing at the turn. And if that horse goes well, keep an eye on race number 9, where that Franz Kafka form is very well advertised. So that's worth pointing out. If he goes well, there's a few that could emerge in our last contest. Race number 5 then. Back on the dirt, we've got a horse who's treble seeking here. We'll come to a Juice Fiscala, just Huxley, Simagugadong, Sanad Libya. Go Soldier Go, Street Mood, Never Show Weakness, Shifting Sands Al Jada. Go Soldier Go tempted me, but I'm just not overly confident he's in the right frame of mind. La Reche is number 11. Never Show Weakness has been a
a real emerging talent this year, and the step up in trip, as Ty Gaucher suggested, really suited him last time when he rode him from the front and he went and scored. They don't always back up on the dirt, but I'm not sure how hard a time he had here. I think he's very progressive.
Yeah, look, he is a very progressive horse, and look, I don't think this race is going to allow him to get away with this as much as he did. I think with this horse in the race, and obviously all the other riders as well, knowing exactly how they're going to execute the plan, because they've done it twice in a row and been able to get away with it. There's going to be, I think, a little bit more pressure in this event from potentially a couple of other horses. Now, the question is, who is that horse that's going to apply some pressure? If they do, maybe it does set up for a horse back in the field to potentially run over the top if Never Show Weakness gets sucked into a stronger tempo. And as a result, I leant towards a Horster Fiscal here on, I guess you'd say, from what he's opened up on the international market as an each-way basis. The run at Sharjah was, I guess, understandable. There was some decent enough prize money on offer there, so they decided to head there. But if you go back to his 1900-metre win 3 starts ago, he strikes, a much stronger field. He nudged out a horse like Made in Dubai, who's been arguably one of the, I guess, for handicap horses, one of the real massive improvers from where he was last season, being able to pick up a few wins this season. So that form line around him puts him in a position to hopefully capitalise if they go too hard up in front. So I'll back that, and hopefully we see a Horster Fiscal running home. So the one on top for me.
Okay, Horster Fiscal, and for me it is Never Show Weakness, who I think will repeat the trick and is progressing nicely. And yeah, a special mention for Gold Soldier Go, who I'd love to see back in the winner's enclosure, but I'm not sure it's going to happen tonight. There we are, back in a handicap though, worth paying attention to. Race number 6, back on the turf. We've got some serious form advertised here. Starlust, Maconian, Bombay Bazaar, Chandigarh, Great Truth. Obviously Starlust bumped into an absolute rocket last time. Who's won subsequently Rasas, Salvuccio, 7 Questions, Zulu Chief, Frost at Dawn. So let's have a look at this bit of form here. Obviously, Godolphin Filly comes from way off the pace to score. I thought Starlust was going to go win this, and barring what happened in behind, with the good thing as it turned out coming through, he was pretty good, and I think he'll win here.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to say, to be perfectly honest with you. Starlust,
if he runs like this, he'll win.
Exactly, was the proven horse here, and has come out and won very well here, and then Star of Mystery goes and does it all again. Just showing that I think she's a filly that means business. Starlust, if you were going into that race, going off the run at Santa Anita before coming here, was the obvious pick and was pipped there on the line. I think Rafe Beckett and also Hector Crouch have got a nice horse here this evening, and I think if you were the Hay family, you'd probably say this is the horse that they're, even with Never Show Weakness in the race before, this is the one that they're probably most excited for, and I think the one that looks the most confident to be able to take this out. Conditions suit, and he should get every possible.
I'd be really disappointed if he didn't go and win, to be honest.
Yeah.
If he runs like that, you go and win. And on the international market, I thought was even at odds against was quite fair. Mm-hmm. So there we are.
Yep.
Sort of nap of the night for me.
Yeah, he'd be pretty close to it. Yep.
Race number 7 is back on the turf again. We're over 2,410. We've got some form to look at, which takes place over further. Military March, Global Heat, Ruling Dynasty, Scottish Anthem, Al Nafia, Webinar, Tides of War, and Caraman. Scottish Anthem ran really well last time. It's run well a couple of times this year. Tides of War, Global Heat were also out of this contest, and just tucked away in behind Scottish Anthem there. This was always going to be a tall order, and I'm not sure the trip ideally suited. I think back to the time before, obviously outran Ruling Dynasty, I thought had a pretty good chance here, which we're going to come to. This was up in grade, it was over further, and it was a tall order. But Scottish Anthem finishing second here, Al Nafir was 6th. Ruling Dynasty was disappointing on this occasion, and this has them pretty closely pitched, I thought. My angle, Pat, was that Ruling Dynasty was going to leave this behind, and obviously came back a bit lame on this occasion. but I think he's the horse with potentially most in hand.
Yeah, I agree. I think what we saw from him this night in behind Harvey probably wasn't what we were expecting, and look, I think the
form's good.
The form's very good. Like, yeah, 100%. And the fact that you see, Buick deciding to side with Ruling Dynasty here in this event says a lot that they probably agree that it wasn't his best performance, and
he probably do the weight last time. It wasn't
correct, and he didn't get the he probably didn't get the favours to be honest in that event. He actually looked like he was travelling through the early stages, and he was. It's just when they decided to click things up a little bit coming down the side, he just, I don't know whether it was the fact that he just wasn't able to pick up when Mikhail asked the horse to, and as a result, he was on the back foot there for that final 600 metres. So, look, I'm willing to go with him again. I'm willing to put a complete line through that race and say that, conditions again here, same handicap, same distance. We'll see a different performance from him here this evening. And the gate is going to see him hopefully find a spot up on the fence, maybe midfield, and he'll just need some luck when they do straighten up.
Yeah, obviously he wasn't right last time. And I think he'll go. I hope he goes and wins this. I thought he was pretty obvious. I thought it was between two of them, Scottish Anthem and Ruling Dynasty. Race number 8. We're back on the dirt for this contest. This is over 1,200 metres. Meshakal, Silence Beach, Mr. Cafu. He's been progressive. Desert Safari. I didn't think we'd agree here, but we do. Al Bed. We'll have a look at Desert Safari soon enough. Many a Star, Border Edge, Almas and Shanghai City. Right, Desert Safari. Pat, we agree. This is over 1,400. I think he will. He couldn't get to the horse who's gone and made all here, but I think he's going to try and do this tonight. I think he'll get out, and the key thing is he's got 2 stable companions on his outside who can keep. I'm not saying they'll use team tactics, but they should. If they're thinking about it, they should, and keep Mr. Cafu wide, and Desert Safari can go and make all. Simple.
It's a matter of how difficult does the race pan out for Mr. Cafu. Yeah. How far away is he from Desert Safari as they turn for home, and that's going to see whether or not he can make a challenge, because he has shown that progression, that he's a nice horse, and all it took was for him to win that maiden, and once he did, the pennies dropped, and we saw a different horse last time out. But I agree with you. I think the way that the race pans out from a map perspective, Desert Safari is going to get every possible up in front, and you'd say Mr. Cafu in a big enough field. Now, I won't mention, not going to mention team tactics or anything like that, but in a 9-horse field, there's enough runners there that says from the gate, Mr. Cafu could find himself 3 deep.
The best chance Salim Bin Gadaya's team have of winning this race is of Desert Safari getting out, and the other 2 horses drawn on the outside getting out and staying there. And so let's look at what Mr. Cafu did last time. And it was a great ride from Connor Beasley. He was drawn wide here, but he was allowed to slot into pretty much A1 position. And I forget the name of the Michael Costa horse who was just behind, who now, he was drawn inside, then ends up challenging on the outside. And what Salim Bin Gadaya's other 2 don't want to happen is being forced into that position. They want to be on that inside spot. So they just got to hold their ground. And Mr. Cafu's going to be, he should find it difficult to get over. If he gets in that position again, he's going to be a real force.
Yeah, I agree. I think Desert Safari, as a result, potentially looks the one here. You can understand, having won his last 2, Mr. Cafu is probably going to be given the benefit of the doubt on the international market as potentially the winning hope in this race. We know Border Edge as well, having won last time out here, with Andrew Slattery in the saddle, he's also going to be given a hope. So to be perfectly honest with you, I think Desert Safari is going to get all favours here from the map, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him coming out. He's probably one of my more confident selections this evening. I agree with you. We've read the map the same, and I think Desert Safari is going to be in front with a bit of a buffer. He's just going to have to find a very similar kick to what he did last start.
Race number 9 has a key bit of form going into this. It's the Franz Kafka form. We've already touched on that. Stormy Ocean, One Knees, Kafaf, Sari Dubai, Intricacy. One World, Al Meydan, and the prize Great Deed, Law of Nature. Also came out of that race. We've got Kafaf, Law of Nature, and the prize Sari, Dubai, and One World. Exciting Days and Act of Wisdom. They're the ones that came out of the race last time. It was a messy one late on. I've never watched a race again so often and come up with so many different findings. There's 3 or 4 of these I could go at again. My on-top thoughts, Pat, are Sari Dubai was unlucky, would have gone very close. Kafaf was obviously unlucky, although he had a better sit through the race. I think he would have finished second. I don't think he would have won, but I think he would have finished second. But the point is that the horse on the outside got a perfect run through at them, and his momentum and rhythm was never hindered for all he hung into his left. So that's why he came out on top. Looking at those again, I thought, given where they're drawn here, Kafaf was the most concrete. I'm not saying he's going to win, but I thought he was, and the market indicates that, and that's why I've gone with him. But I could easily make a case for Law of Nature, who got a nice sit round on the inside, but then wasn't allowed to get out, and Sari Dubai as well, and even One World, who was just tucked away quietly at the back of the field. First start out here, he could take a massive step forward for that. So I could have a few on side here.
Yeah, Kafaf, from a map perspective, I thought will be looming into the race at the right time. I can see him definitely in the finish. My question mark was, where's he going to be mid-race? I'm worried, much like Franz Kafka, even though Franz Kafka did come out and win that, there is a good chance in a big field like this that he's going to be potentially pushed out maybe from 10. He's going to be potentially 5 or 6 out around the corner, and it's just whether or not he's going to be able to find that ability to wind up. He's got the extra 100 metres, which could aid his chances here. So, look, I've got him in as a top 3 contender. I thought the 2 horses, though, that I thought will get every possible Law of Nature for Safi Osborne, who replaces Case Albacete this evening. Maps to find a spot 1 back or 3 back, 1 back the fence or 3 back, basically 3 back on the rail. Will need a bit of luck there in the late stages, which he obviously didn't get last time out, did Law of Nature. So hopefully he can have a bit more luck and we see him running on as well. And Intricacy got fair income turned inside out last time out to the races. There were suspensions that came from that, but
which remind me of that concept.
He was running on in behind Webinar. That was the 2400 metre race. He was coming from a long way back. He was in a sticky position. He was coming from a long way back. Unfortunately, the runs got shut off, and Callum Shepherd had to take hold, and as a result, he did lose all his momentum.
My slight concern about that as a form line compared to the one we've just seen is I think the one we've just seen is a stronger piece of form compared to the Webinar race.
I do agree. I think Intricacy. I think the way that Intricacy has performed there, I do see him being able to stand up to, I think, a few of these here. But again, he is a horse that, I guess, for people wagering into this market overseas, if they are tuning in, is where is Intricacy going to be in the run, and is he going to get those runs late in the race? Because, look, it didn't pan out last time. And again, Law of Nature's the same. I think there's going to have to be a fair bit of luck come their way to win, but I think both of them have shown enough to say that they could be in the finish.
Right. Let's have a look at Pat's 9. How many are you going to have, Pat? How many? Because I'm going to have 3.
I'll be happy with 2.
Okay.
Yep. So and that's
we agree on a few. So let's hope
we agree on 5 here, and I'm 2. I'll be happy with 2. Put it that way. Mutabir in the first for Connor Beasley and Al Hadrami. Hopefully can get the PA's race there. Condor Passer gets a good chance here. Just needs to see out the 1600. Then we head to race number 3. I've gone with, I can't read that.
Autobahn. Yeah, you're a late change.
Yes, it is. My apologies. Autobahn is my second selection that comes up to first, so we'll see how he goes there. Mustawa hopefully leads in the 4th and can kick away. Hosta Fiscal also in the 5th event. Starlust, so a few toppies there in my numbers. And then Ruling Dynasty, Desert Safari in the penultimate. And I'll go with Law of Nature just over Intricacy, but I think both are a chance.
These are my 9. We should point out that there's a man who directs this show, and he's called Sean King. And he makes selections every week, and it's embarrassing as to how far ahead he is from the experts. The man is an absolute winning picking machine. So we should really have a graphic of his. But there we are. Hopefully I agree with him on a few. With the King, Muthabir, Algernon, Falcon of Arabia. That was a bit of a guess. Mountbatten, Never Show Weakness, and then I think we get into the solid 3, which is Starlust, Ruling Dynasty, Desert Safari. I'd be disappointed if at least 2 of those doesn't cop, and then Kafaf in the last. There we go. Good. Yeah, I think it's a fair Friday's racing. There's some real quality in there that we're going to see hopefully going on to World Cup night, and they're nice and open without being too much of a guess up.
No, it's good, and I think the scheduling's done. Has been fantastic here by the ERA and also the Dubai Racing Club as well. They haven't put anything major on this evening, and it's not taking away from a great feature race program tomorrow at Jebel Ali as well, with the Jebel Ali Mile and the Jebel Ali Sprint. So we're going to get 2 really nice days of racing, Friday evening into Saturday afternoon, and looking forward to what the next 36 hours brings.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, if you missed anything from last week, Pat will put it up to the commentary box. We'll hear from him soon enough. But last week was a solid 9 races again. Here are some highlights now.
Unseated the rider last time out. 2 starts ago, that run at Sharjah was good. Can he translate that form here though to Meydan? Farnan will be the last one to come up. And Farn loads away for Jose da Silva, and we are set to run. Naja a little fractious under Andrew Slattery, settles racing. The Batar runners, Naja and Game Time, were slow out of the gates. Kalnor presses forward in the early stages, working up there with Sari. Then came Kalnor, Desert, RB, Kings Bay. Afam tracks the leader onto the course proper, followed deeper out there by Najib. Further out on the course was Farhan, about 5 deep at the moment. Naja improves, followed there by Faret's Ubai. Then came on the inside Moklis, being scrubbed along, hasn't been left alone by Pinero as they make their way past the 1100 metres. Then came back up on the inside, working into 4th to last, Naila Al Wathbar, followed by Barak Al Madam. The last 2, Game Time and Musanef. So 900 metres left to travel, and taking over the running up in front here now was Sari, leading the way from Afam in 2nd. Desert was 3rd. RB Kings Bay has been nudged along. Kalnor the same. Forced along on the inside was Naja as well. Few of these being scrubbed along now. Moklis drops away and leads up the 2nd division. Being passed now by Farhan, Al Dinari, Faret's Ubai, Musanef, Barak Al Madam. 2nd to last now, dropping back through the field was Nala Al Wathbar, and Game Time passes him with 15 or 16 to pick up as they straighten for home in the 1st. And up on the outside, making up good ground here was Najib. He claims Naja on the inside. In between those 2 runners, Sari starts to feel the stitch. RB Kings Bay has been deep the trip but continues to run on as Naja the inside stays on at this point in time. The outside in 2nd, Najib. Najib trying to level up the outside of Naja here. Naja trying ever so hard up on the inside, running home late. Look at Game Time. Game Time flying. Game Time wins. Game Time for Sandro Paiva, last to 1st. Beats home Najib into 2nd. Naja was 3rd. So 600 metres left to travel in the 2nd. And Al Yabri starts to extend here, 1.5 lengths on Guns and Glory. Destructive comes up the rail though into 3rd. Tactical Bound continues to improve into 4th. Next came Meydan, Kibo Masaki, Tappett's Tail of Verve, still with 6 to pick up. Then came Shah Baby, and the best of the rest was Muntasir. It's Al Yabri still the leader. Destructive in behind, continuing to make some ground and some headway. Tactical Bound, Guns and Glory. Al Yabri still leading though. Al Yabri into the final 150 metres, out by 3 lengths. Tactical Bound, Destructive, Guns and Glory, that's your 4. Al Yabri though will lead all the way. Al Yabri, gate to wire, 2.5 lengths. Tactical Bound 2nd, Destructive over Guns of Glory there in a photo finish for 3rd. Then came Tappett's Tail of Verve, dropping back through the field into a long 5th was Kibo Masaki. Tokyo Tower never made impressions late from precedent. Then came Megdam, Muntasir, back to Shah Baby, Fayyad, Sendai, Fast Violence, and Ramza was the last one home. With 800 metres left to go, rail out 12 here this evening, and Hala Abra leads them into the side part of the course. Leading the way here only just, Aram the inside. Morjana 3rd and 4 deep at the moment. Geologist presses the issue and keeps Morjana posted. From Onagiri, who was next. Then came Frosted Dawn, Cinderella's Dream, Nadelia, Awesome Spirit Girl. Beautiful Love is the last one. With 400 metres left to go, and retaking the lead is Aram. The outside Geologist Frosted Dawn presents. Hala Abra dropping back through the field. Here comes Cinderella's Dream down the outside, doing it quite easy at this point in time. Frosted Dawn claimed on the outside by Cinderella's Dream, who aims for 3 on the bounce and will get 3 on the bounce. Running home into second late, Beautiful Love, Godolphin 1-2. Frosted Dawn third, Geologist just over Nadelia for fourth. Nadelia fifth, then on Ajiri, followed by Aram, who dropped away. Awesome Spirit Girl, Hala Abraz. So Chief of Navy, much like he did last week at Jebel Ali, is going to run them ragged up in front. 5 clear now and continues to press the issue. Second, Nomar C from Hobble Salam, Dubai West. Then came Meydan tracking into it okay, still with about 6 to pick up. Followed there by Maplewood. Then came Chief Scribe in Prison. One Vision working through, Black Mark, Assad, Global Conqueror. Then came Miller's House, Aksapar. Followed there next in turn by Al Sahib and Rock the Bazaar. It's Chief of Navy on tied legs, starting to waver. Meydan starting to pick up on the outside, and he's picking up very, very quickly. Meydan picked up the 3 or 4 lengths very quickly, goes to a lead of 2.5 lengths here. Running on Maplewood. Maplewood coming up to try and make it interesting. Look at Rocket Babaza running home late down into a minor placing, but it is all too late. On the inside, it'll be Meydan just. Meydan a half head. Beats home Maplewood, who was very brave. Rock the Bazaar got going when it was all too late. Assad next from One Vision, Chief Scribe, Nomar C in Prison. Back to Chief of Navy, Al Sahib. Then came Dubai West, Miller's House, Black Mark, Global Conqueror, and Aksapar was one of the last ones to cross over the line with Hobble Salam. And will complete the field here. We are set to go in the Dubai Sprint, presented by Lincoln Navigator Racing. Ladies Church fast away. Al Shibli, Topper Bill caught it well. Pressing forward with Wallbank, Urgent Appeal. Yonifus has a back despite being in a forward spot. Ventura Rebel next. Ladies Church now back to 7th or 8th as they make their way down the centre in an orderly file. Batuan also gets cover. Tan Maui. Then came Mischief Magic, followed there by Boom Shala, Norbano, Damar. Ventura Rebel over to the near side is obliged to race without cover. So 600 metres left to go, and onto the course proper they travel. Topper Bill leads a half. Urgent Appeal there in about second. Al Shibli, Ventura Rebel, Wallbank. Yonifus starting to get warm down the near side, and Mischief Magic looking to weave a passage through on the far side. Topper Bill, Mischief Magic comes off heels now. Ventura Rebel, Yonifus, the near side still presenting. It's Yonifus. Mischief Magic though finding here on the far side late. Batuan when it's all too late. Mischief Magic, Yonifus, Mischief Magic. There's 2 for Godolphin. Mischief Magic 3 parts. Yonifus, another wonderful second placing and another eye-catching run. Mount Tambora tracks the leader, still in the 1-1, New London. Erzincan followed from Western Rider. Warren Point now up to second to last, and Sean is the whipper-innerer. So Jamie Osborne has the runners first and last, and Solid Stone runs them along now and increases the tempo. Trevenance goes with him. Then came New London up on the outside, starting to present. Mount Tambora looking for an out. Western Rider, Erzincan, Warren Point still with about 5 or 6 to pick up, and tracking the stablemate now, working up the inside was Sean. It's Solid Stone, the leader, with 300 to travel. Sean on the inside looking very promising. New London is full bore at this point in time. Warren Point, then came Trevenance. Sean up on the rail here. Sean coming from last. He comes to first. Warren Point out, but it's all too late. That's him. Warren Point. He has stormed home and got him by a lip. Warren Point beats home Sean. Very tight. Solid Stone next from New London. Western Rider, Trevenance dropped out of it. Erzincan, the last one. Tight go down to the line. Warren Point with the momentum. So he's 4 lengths clear here with 600 metres left to travel. Naxos was second, Desert Safari third, 4th Shanti Star, and 5th to Island Rule. From Falsehood, Restrict, Triple Venture, Bay of Honour being scrubbed along. Desert Peace next from Harsim. Onda Regente, the rail, Aeonian the last one. My Dabawi wants to get this over and done with. He's out by 4 lengths. In pursuit here up on the outside, Desert Safari. Naxos not making any impressions here late. Shanti Star, Island Rule, Triple Venture fighting for a minor placing as My Dabawi gets further and further away from them. My Dabawi at the 16th pole, out by 4 lengths. Desert Safari tries ever so hard, but My Dabawi wins well. My Dabawi 3.5 on the line. Desert Safari second. Triple Venture gets his minor placing. Third over Desert Peace. Shanti Star, Naxos made no impressions late. Island Rule was next, followed by Onda Regente, Restrict, Aeonian. And the last couple home here were Sim, Bay of Honour and Falsehood. And it is Asna the leader. Musical Act tracks up to the outside here and is going very keenly. Summer Glitter third, now goes a little bit better here. Spots the lead 2.5 lengths. Legend of Time fourth, fifth to the Caribbean from Athan, who's now third to last, in a reverse position to where he was in the trial. Tohoku second to last and Drink Dry the last one. So Musical Act continues the gallop here, past the 550, out by 3 parts of a length. Summer Glitter, the challenger on the outside. Legend of Time gets ever so closer. Then came the Caribbean. Drink Dry going back through the field. Athan next from Tohoku. Asna pulled out of the race. Summer Glitter claims Musical Act. Legend of Time, though, coasting up on the outside here, coming past Summer Glitter. And in the late stages, Legend of Time finds more, and the rest cannot do so. Legend of Time goes on to record a very nice win here in the Jumeirah Guineas, and he put the writing on the wall in the trial. Athan has run fantastic in second. Summer Glitter third, fourth to the Caribbean, and there was a photo finish for fifth, maybe Tohoku from Drink Dry. Musical Act dropped away, and the last one was Asna. So down past the 700 they go. Castle Bar continues to apply pressure and shade Ursa Minor. Silent Defence is coming up to the outside now and is eventually going to provide Kitab some cover here as they get to the top of the straight. From Big Meeting, Royal Dubai, Franz Kafka now without a back. Next came First Sight. He's going to need to be very good from there. Next came Return to Dubai. Warni sweating on a run on the inside. Eljanov the same. Franz Kafka looming up on the outside as Ursa Minor takes over. Royal Dubai comes off his back, looking very ominous here. It's Royal Dubai coming up to the outside of Ursa Minor. King of Time running on. Warni. Royal Dubai takes over here in the late stages, and Royal Dubai for Lucy Body picks up the last. Royal Dubai, a good winner, beats Ursa Minor. Photo third, Warni and Eljanov. King of Time was next from Return to Dubai. Silent Defence. Then came Franz Kafka, Made in Dubai. First Sight never figured. Dropping away was Castle Bar with Big Meeting. And Kitab was one of the last ones home. Laser guided, scratched at the gates on Veterinary Advice.
gone up easily outside the weighing room ahead of a good book of rides again tonight. It's been a good return to Dubai for you. It's a good season.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, on 33 winners as we speak. So hopefully we can keep building on that and keep the ball rolling. Really.
Is that up there with your best ever?
Yeah, I think the best season I had out here was 32. So yeah, we've topped that. So we've just got to keep going and see how things go to the end of the season now.
Yeah, plenty more to come as well. Just some of the obvious ones, I guess, tonight. Muthabir would look to have the best form in the race. Any concerns for the horse in the opener?
No, he's been very consistent, to be honest. His last 2 runs have been in Oman, but at that he's been running very well. So coming back here should suit him a lot, and hopefully he can put his best foot forward.
Later on, I suppose your chief hope and sort of quality horse of the night is Mr. Cafu, who has been on a real roll. I guess he might be drawn wider than ideal, but then he overcame that last time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, to be honest, he's just improved from each run, and obviously once he's got his head in front, you know, he won again the time after, which was last time. So hopefully he comes here in good health. So if he can build on his last run, he shouldn't be far off them, and hopefully he can be doing the job towards the business end.
Izad ran pretty well in a race last time where the form's going to be well advertised tonight. I know there was, as close to a good thing as you'd get in that race, but he ran well.
Yeah, that's it. Probably he's looking on paper and looking at the race. He just bumped into one really that night, but he's dropped back in trip there tonight, but seemed to like this sort of galloping track. So if he pulls that form together from his last run, he should be there with a big shout. Rather
than running through every single one, is there anything else on the night you're particularly looking forward to or hopeful for, if we touch on the main one?
Yeah, I think we have, to be honest. Al Jadaf will be, obviously, he's been very consistent this season, stepped up and back up in trip there tonight, so hopefully that'll just suit. And obviously Al Mason in the last, he's dropping back down in trip, which should suit him. Probably just didn't stay the last day. He showed plenty of promise turning in for home the last day, but probably just faded out a bit really towards the line, but dropped back in trip. Should be thereabouts again.
What's been the key for such a good season? Has it been, consistent horses and better quality horses? Has it been your previous experience out here that you've come back sort of, ready and knowing what you're facing?
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, I wasn't coming out to the unknown this time, and we've got a good bunch of horses back at pace, and got plenty of Arabs to ride as well. So no, just the both of them really. Obviously you know what you're in for, and no, things are going great. So long may it continue.
Good to chat. Thanks for your time and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's conditions races first up on the dirt for the purebred Arabians. We're starting with horse number 2, who's Unleashed. He's a son of Valiant Boy. He's just 5. A lot of these are young horses who are going to be sort of approaching their peak maybe this year into next year and the year beyond. And he has got the headgear on, you can see, those eye shields. He's walking around nice and relaxed, he looks fine. And lightly raced on this surface. He's won on the turf and he's 1 from 2 on the dirt. A switch back to this surface may be just what he wants. We'll spin back round to our right and pick up the horse behind, who is now number 4. Number 3 just dropped out. Number 4 is Mascot Al Mouri, who's a 6-year-old. She lines up here under Sandro Paver. She is yet to score. Of late, she's been very well held, to be honest. Hasn't shown a huge amount, so it'd be difficult to see her stepping up and scoring here. It's looking pretty long in her coat. Number 5 is Aris de Guion. Sam Hitchcott takes the ride. This should be the sort of distance he wants. So that was what he indicated last time. 7-year-old, one of the older horses in this field. Has scored on the dirt before, though isn't exactly prolific. But that near brass run wasn't bad last time. And if running like that, then he's not without a chance. He's relatively consistent, to be honest. Number 6 is Ayash. And Ayash, he's quite a sizable purebred Arabian. He's a son of the British bred General. He was last seen over this distance winning at Alain. He's just an unknown quantity. I quite like the look of him in the flesh, to be honest. Ayash. He's got blinkers on and a hood on as well. We'll see how he gets on. Number 7 will just follow out because as they're exiting is Louet. And Louet is having a tail swish in front of us. He is yet to score on the turf, but he has one on the dirt, so that's a positive. And number 8 behind is Majdi. Majdi, who again is 1 from the 6 on the dirt, so knows how to win. He's just shaking his head around a bit. Both of these horses who carry the same colours, both red-hooded here to help keep a lid on them. Just a quick word and a couple over to our left, one of whom is number 13 at the back there, number 13, who is Basim Al-Wathba. Abdulaziz Balushi rides for Majed Al-Juri. Is rated 89. This horse has got ability, so not a huge amount to find on the figures. And he is a scorer on the dirt a couple of starts ago, over 1400. A switch back to this surface may well suit. There we are. That's the vast majority of these purebred Arabians. It's a tricky little conditions race to open things up.
Thank you very much there, Tom. Looking forward to this afternoon, or into this evening, I should say, the 10th meeting here from Meydan. That's our look at the runners heading out here for the first event on the program for the purebred Arabians. The first of 9 this evening. Looking forward to tonight's card. A great weekend of racing with also the Jebel Ali Sprint and Jebel Ali Mile on tomorrow. So a jam-packed 36 hours about to get underway. Runners heading into the mounting yard for the first. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the parade ring here for the first event of 9. It is the P&O Marinas presented by DP World over the 1600 metres. First horse we have a look at, number 2, Unleashed. For the El Reef Stables, Richard Muller, Jabbar Bitar, who was the winner of this race last week, with Game Time coming all the way from back in the field. Unleashed represents the stable here this evening, 62 kilos. Richard Mullen rides the 5-year-old Entire by Valiant Boy, who's had the 2 wins and 2/3 from 8 starts. On we go now to number 4, that is Mascot Al Mouri. Sandro Paver will do the riding here for Mohammed Dagash and the Liwa Stables. Beaten a distance his last 4 starts. Would need to dramatically improve here, the 6-year-old mare by Burning Sand, who steps out for an 11th start. One of 2 runners in the race here for Ernst Ortel and the Nebuda team. Patrick Harnett will do the riding here, claiming 2.5 kilograms on AF Gaia, the 6-year-old Entire by AF Al Salam. Last seen at Abu Dhabi behind AF Rami, beaten about 8.5 lengths. Another one that would need to improve a little bit off what we've seen the last couple of starts. Number 5 is Aries Dijon. Sam Hitchcock will ride for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. Has a good hand in the race. Aries Dijon was 3rd in behind Nibras at Sharjah last time out. Form should hold up in some ways here. 0 to 75 over 1700. Drops back to the 1600 this evening here for start number 20. Well, Yas Racing will be engaged with 4 horses in the race across 2 stables. Number 6 is Ayash. Majid Al-Jahuri trains, and Baizan Mazubayev will do the riding here tonight as we welcome him back to Dubai. His only ride for the evening. He jumps on board the debutante winner who broke the maiden at Elaine on the 28th of October. So has been freshened up for this and steps out for start number 2 of the career. Number 7 is Luai. 5-year-old Entire by Razik. Bernardo Pinheiro for Majid Al-Jahuri. Draws a little sticky in 15. 4 starts for 1 win. That win came at maiden grade in his 2nd career start. He has had 2 runs this season, has been down the track on both occasions, but strikes its easiest field so far this season. 3rd up for the campaign. Number 8 is Majdi for Jules Maubian and Eric Lamartinel. 10 starts, 1 win and 1 second, and has been down the track the last few. Would need to improve. Well, off his last start in Oman, in Muscat, over the 1600 metres under Saif Al-Balushi. Muthabir was very impressive there in behind Antares Del Mar to be beaten 1.75 lengths. Heads back here to Dubai and contests here for Connor Beasley and Ibrahim Al Hadrami. Muthabir has its 8th start for Royal Cavalry Oman. Number 10 is Obeyed. Saif Al-Balushi does the riding. Has had the 7 starts so far for a 1 win and has contested some much stronger races than this, but has been beaten a distance the last few starts and gets back to suitable company once again. Number 11 is WMA Fort Oscar Chavez for Ahmed Salim Al-Shamsi. 29 starts for a win and a second. Looks outclassed. Tygo Shea rides AF Lath here for Ernst Ortel. 1 win and 8 minor placings from 14 starts. Very rarely doesn't get too far away, but hasn't been able to put away as many races as they probably would have expected. So tread lightly, but back to conditions. Should see him running very well here and doesn't draw too sticky here out of 9. Bassem El Wathbar wears the yellow cap here for Abdul Aziz Al Balushi. Draws right out on the track in 13. 1 start, 1 win from 3 starts. That was a maiden. This looks tougher. (14) S. Ajab. Gabriel Maloon does the riding for Ibrahim Asil. 1 win from 13 starts, 4 minor placings, but that win did come this year in its most recent start. Hopefully that will bring plenty of confidence here to this 7-year-old Entire by Azam Al Zubair. Marwan El Wathbar wears the white cap for Jose da Silva. 5 starts for a win and a second. Last win came over 2,000 metres. Dropping back to the mile, might be a little short. And last but not least, the 16 Al Motajalia. Case Al Basaidi will ride here, claiming his 2.5 kilograms and gets down to his absolute minimum of 53 kilograms. Another one for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. That completes his 3 runners. This one a little bit rough there with the gate draw, so we'll need some luck early in running. That's our runners as they make their way out for race number 1 on the program.
All right, it's BTO time. Best turned out horse. That's being presented by Iftikhar Hussain. We'll see that soon enough. You know who that groom is. That's Meydan Neymat Ullah. But I'll tell you anyway, Meydan picks up 650 dirham. That is being presented by our presenter here, Iftikhar Hussain, on behalf of Zabil Feed. And well done to Arestigion, who is the best turned out horse ahead of our opening contest. And we'll just confirm our team. There we are, Niam, the winning groom. And thanks to Iftikhar Hussain for presenting the award for the best turned out horse. Went to number 5, Arestigion. All right, it's time to talk a bit closer about these horses as they are on their way down. You can see there's Unleashed going down. Unleashed under Richie Mullen. He's got a good record with these horses in the Purebred Arabian contests. Unleashed had Richie Mullen on board for the last couple of starts, including the race won by Rich Like Me, round 1 of the Amat Tomb Challenge, where he's pretty well held. Run well last time back on the turf, but he is still unexposed on the dirt, and by no means without hope here. It just wasn't quite up to Rich Like Me standard. But rated 97, he's not without hope here. He's only got £1 a fine. With this horse, Muthabir, who I thought was the most likely winner, probably has the best form, was in Oman for the last couple of starts. Connor Beasley is back on board. He rode him at Alain when the horse was 4th behind Deryan. But he's largely pretty consistent. He'll want to get rolling because he might just want a little bit further. This is Leith, the mount of Tiger Shea for Ernst Hotel. Ernst's got a couple in the race with decent chances here. Leith was last seen on the turf, that was at Abu Dhabi. But prior to that, ran really well at Meydan over the 1400. We're shaping as though this would suit. So, yeah, he's interesting here. Leith coming out of stall number 9. We've got a horse being resaddled here, so we might have a little delay, but hopefully not too long. 13 is Bassem El Wathbar. He is being resaddled, I believe. Was a winner at Jebel Ali a couple of starts ago. So, yeah, Bassem El Wathbar is being resaddled, but we'll see him soon enough. But this is Obeid, who we're going to see. There's Obeid, who's rated 90. He probably does want a little bit further on a safe Al Belushi. He's got form over further and has won on the turf before. I'm not convinced he goes so well on the dirt. Stall number 10 is not going to be easy because they come straight out of the chute here. So they're turning straight away. There's the horse that was being resaddled, but that looks to have been done, so that's all good. Abdulaziz Al Belushi looks awfully tall on Bassem El Wathbar. Looks all well, and Bassem El Wathbar will come out of stall 13. Louay comes out of 15. That's not going to make life easy. It's a good night potentially in store for Bernardo Pinheiro. He's got a nice few rides here. This horse in the colours of Horseracing was a winner on the dirt in Meydan company under Bernardo a few starts back. That was the back end of last year, lightly raced this year. The more I talk about this race, the more how open I see it is, and it's not going to be obvious that any of these are going to go and storm this, but that's the nature of a conditions race, I presume. That's horse number 3, so this is Gaillard. This is the resaddling horse, number 3, so they're just applying the finishing touches to this horse. It's Gaillard being resaddled. The other inmate of Ernst Hotel in here. So Gaillard is just having those finishing touches applied. Hopefully he stands nice and still so that can be done. We'll be underway hopefully in a minute or so. I don't know if this is going to provide too much of a delay, hopefully. And hopefully they make progress with Gaillard soon enough. He'll come out of stall number 12. That's Al Motajalia, mount of Case Al Busaidi for Ibrahim Al Hadrami, who's had a good season with the Purebred Arabians so far. He was a winner on the turf a few starts back. He needs to prove he can cut it on the dirt. The last time he tried it, he was well beaten, so it's not going to be easy out of 14, but he is rated 92, so he's got ability. It's pretty tight at the top here. Weights-wise, the thing that swings it in favour of Muthabir is that he's getting half a kilo off the other horse rated around him, and he is the top rated in the race. So the conditions of this race should suit if he's got the pace for it. As far as how it rides here, we tend to see early on, as the point I was making to Pat early on in the night, it can ride pretty quick, the track. I think that can be to do with the heat, although it hasn't been such a warm day. But we do see sometimes with the purebred Arabian races that the pace holds up very well. Obviously you see that on the dirt anyway, but I feel it's more of a case earlier on in the night with the purebred Arabian races, which tend to be bang at the start of the night. Temperature's holding up pretty well tonight, 22 degrees. There was a bit of a breeze earlier on, but it's dropped. If anything, it's a bit of a headwind, but I don't think it's significant enough for it to be a problem. And yeah, it's a lovely mild enough evening. Obviously, some of the local people out here will find it cold enough towards the end of the night, but for a Brit like me, I'll be very happy in my suit all evening and certainly not getting too warm. I think, yes, Gaillard has been resaddled and Patrick Harnett is back on board. That is good news. And yeah, we're loading up pretty quickly. So, Pat, the more I've gone through these, the more I think, well, one of about 7 of them could win it. So there we are.
It's one of those races, isn't it, Tom? Thank you very much. And the resaddling on AF Gaia has been completed. And the loading process about to get underway. AF Gaia now about to make his way forward into line. One of 2 runners here for Ernst Hotel. Second string on board though. Tygo Shea opting the ride on AF Lath. As the runners continue to come forward. Barsamel Wathbar loads up into line. Now take note, Yas Racing with 4 runners. Ayash wearing the blue cap, Luai wearing the black. Obaid wears the green cap, and in the white cap is Majdi for Eric Lamartinel. Majid Al Jahuri with the other 3 as Mascot El Mori loads up along with Luai. Drawn a little sticky here in 15. Essajab about to come forward. And our line almost looks complete, if not complete now. Set to go. Racing in the first event here, and the 16 are off to a good start. WMA Force on the inside was slowest, if any, and is being slowly detached from the rest of the field here as they start to thunder off and onto the course proper. We're up on the outside. It is Marwan El Wathbar showing out, though deep on the course, AF Lath, Obaid, Muthabir, and also Unleashed, keeping him 5 deep at the moment. Then came Mascot El Mori, followed there by Majdi up on the inside, in a nice position at the moment if the pace stays genuine. Then came Barsamel Wathbar, deeper out on the course, working along in a deep line there was Luai. Couldn't get in from 15 as to be expected. El Motajalia next, followed there by Ayash, Aries Dijon, Essajab. AF Gaia drops away, is 5 lengths detached from the initial field, and even behind them now is WMA Force, who is the last one. So 750 metres left to go, and Unleashed ends up working through. Muthabir just dropped the steel there for a little bit and is already under a ride here by Connor Beasley, dropping away from the leader. AF Lath comes around him. Then came Majdi, followed by Mascot El Mori, El Motajalia, Luai, Ayash, Barsamel Wathbar next, and Aries Dijon. Behind that, probably no chance at this stage as Unleashed continues the run into the straight here. 400 metres left to go, getting 8 lengths clear here. Jabba Batar has had a wonderful 2 weeks here so far at Meydan. Game time last week, and Unleashed has put this beyond doubt. Unleashed at the 200 metres, 10 to 12 lengths ahead of Majdi and Muthabir, and gets further and further in front. Unleashed runs them into the ground. Unleashed, very impressive. 12 on the line. Majdi second. They fight for third. Muthabir maybe just over Mascot El Mori there, who runs fourth. AF Lath fifth from Barsamel Wathbar, El Motajalia. Then came Aries Dijon, followed there by Luai. Ayash, WMA Force only found the backs there of a few. He beat about half a dozen home. They were Marwan El Wathbar, Essajab, Obaid. AF Gaia dropped away early and was the last one home. One of the biggest margin winners we've had all season here. I think quite convincingly the biggest margin winner that we've had all season here. And we've had some decent wins from a margin perspective. Wowee. 21 lengths at this point in time is what's coming up on the screen here at the moment. We'll get that confirmed. Certainly gave him no benefit of the doubt there at the 13 Mount Wellings that I said that he won by. 21 lengths here. Unleashed has absolutely run them ragged here. Jabba Bitar picks up 2 wins in the last 2 weeks. Very different winners as well. Game time, last to first last week. And Unleashed, well, fit as a fiddle. And Al Reef Stables pick up another winner here, leading all the way in the first event.
Yeah, Unleashed has been just that. So on official ratings, of course, he was just a pound below Muthabir, but he was giving him half a pound. But Richie Mullen is so good on these horses out of a low draw, getting them out, and he's got out and he's absolutely bolted up. Bearing in mind he was well behind Rich Like Me in December. All right, he wasn't as ideally drawn then, but he's just dismissed these easily. Did say how much it pays to be on the speed earlier on the evening. I think it does. That time is very good, 1:44.92. That's electric for a conditions race. 1:44.72 is the track record, so it's 0.2 of a second outside the track record. That's ridiculous from Unleashed. We might be dealing with a pretty quick track tonight because he has absolutely bolted up. Muthabir ran fine. He's just been a bit outpaced ultimately before keeping on again. Majdi has probably, that's now on a career best from him. and they'll be pretty pleased with what he's shown there based on the performance last time when very well beaten. He's only 5, but so is this horse, Unleashed. He's clearly got loads of ability, and yeah, it's really exciting for his career best, which it definitely is, and the rest were really nowhere. 0.2 of a second outside the track record. Richie Mullen's got him rolling out in front, and he has bolted in. On times alone, I mean, he's going to keep improving with age, but yeah, they should start thinking about bigger and better things now. Obviously, he's running a Group 1 before, but bigger and better can await, I think, this horse. Unleashed beats Majdi and Muthabir, Mascot Al Mori, Laith, Basim Al Wathba, and Motajania. And Unleashed beats them easy. Comfortable winner of our opening contest.
Unofficial results here for the P&O Marinas presented by DP World over the 1600 metres. 2, 8, 9, 4. 2, 8, 9 and 4. Unleashed, your winner for Dr. Jabba Bitar, Richard Mullen. 144.92 the winner's time, and the margin 19 lengths by 6 3/4 lengths.
Our first winner of the night then, ridden by Richie Mullen and trained by Dr. Jabba Bitar. Put your hands together for a comfortable winner, Unleashed. Well, Richard Mullen joins me now off the back of that, and a cosy performance it was. Well, he must have never been in doubt, no?
No, look, we had a very good draw, and he actually ran. I know his form doesn't look that strong in the Maktoum Trans, but he ran on good. He broke well and got a little bit of kickback and kind of startled him, and was never able to get into the race. But then I felt that day when he got into the clear, he stayed on quite well, and I said to Arif there, you know, he's ran better than the bare form suggested, and you know, he ran well again then in Abu Dhabi. I think he's a better horse on dirt because he's got that real dirt rounded action, and you know, adamant to try and get him in the clear and make it if I could. He broke well, but he's not blessed with a great deal of tactical speed, so I had to sort of make his mind up early. But you know, I always travel well comfortably, and yeah, like I say, you know, I was able to sort of sitting him around the turn and fill him up a little bit and then press on again, because I think all he does is stay. So
the time is ridiculously good. It's just outside the track record. I know, like, we won't get carried away, but he's 5. I know the future's bright, no?
Yeah, look, a lot of horses can do that, and they can show up that way here. You know, it's very hard to get sucked into it. You know, it's you know, performances and time will tell tonight how the track rides. But I mean, you know, and with the Arabians, it's easy to disappoint the ones behind, and they can flatter to the eye to look like they're impressive. But you know, the ones in behind are struggling, can kind of soon pack it in. You know, and then the winner ultimately looks, you know, pretty impressive. And if you go for his form is pretty good, and he is a progressive horse. But you know, certainly I didn't think we'd expect a performance like that. I mean, it's a huge drop in grade as well, and the race was there for him. But it was a good performance. But like I say, how the rest of the night bodes will tell. But it's, you know, after the first race, you're probably thinking it's a speed track.
Yeah.
But like I say, it's very deceiving, because, like I say, these Arabians, when they get a little bit of kickback and they get in behind and on the back foot, they're soon to sort of say, they wave the white flag pretty quickly. But yeah, my lad, you know, he couldn't have done it any better.
Great start, well done.
Cheers, thanks, Tom.
Cheers.
And correct weight is given. Race number
Right, time for the presentation for our opening contest. P&O Meydan is presented by DP World, and a great performance as well from Unleashed. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Tarek bin Khalifa, the Senior Vice President, Mina Rashid Operation. And Tarek will be presenting the one trophy there. And it is on behalf of Al Reef Stables. Please welcome to the stage, on his way up now, is Arif Khan. So for the avoidance of doubt, just so you're aware, I mentioned a man by the name of Sean King earlier on, who's a director, and of course he found the first winner and Pat and I didn't. So I'm going to keep you updated on that for the night, because frankly it's getting silly now. He should really have his own dedicated selections page for you all to follow. There we are. And he keeps this show together. Who knew? Number 1 is the first horse we're going to start. That's Algernon, Bernardo Pinheiro riding for Musaba Al Mary. He'll come out of stall number 11. I don't think that's going to make life any easier, but I do think his performance last time behind Mount Tambora was just about pick of the form. I know he finished behind the horse he's taking on tonight, Izaj, but I think he's got a lot of upside, this horse. I like back in trip, and he's just lightly raced, so I think there should be a bit more to come. Number 2 is Alpasta, very lightly raced, just the one go so far, and it came on the dirt. Switching to the turf, he's a Nyquist, so I don't know if that's going to help, but it might just be that with performance behind him, he's seen to better effect here. The trip looks about right on pedigree anyway. He's got cheek pieces on, as you can see. The horse behind is number 4, that's Assad for Sandro Pava and Ahmed Al Niadi. Just a pretty close coupled little thing is Assad. He's an Ortad. He's got plenty of pace in the pedigree, certainly on the sire side, and maybe that's why he's not the biggest here. As far as ability goes, he's rated 59, so he's got quite a bit to find with the rest of these. Number 5 is Benzema, not quite as prolific as his namesake. He is looking for a first success from 28 goes. He ran with promise last time. In fact, he's run with promise his last couple of starts, but just rated 69. He might just need to I don't know, find a little bit more. I don't necessarily know where it's going to come from. Chef de Partie is number 6. Chef de Partie, who is lining up here for Richie Mullen and Mohamed Mardoud. We'll make our way out with this horse, actually. So he's got that hood on there, and he'll be coming out of stall number 16. That's not going to make life easy. And alongside us is horse number 8, just right next to us here. And I'll tell you who that is when I turn my page. It's Dark Candy, stall 15, Tiger Schaefer, Bupat Simar, rated 70. Was well behind Mount Tambora last time, that being the key form line. Over to our left, the one horse I really want to pick out is number 16, who is right at the back of this, behind the grave. Number 15 is number 16. That's Condor Pasa. I can see the case here very much for this horse, who might get out and get on the speed. He's rated 84. He ran well last time. We're not beaten too far. I guess the concern is the distance, because there's plenty of pace in the pedigree, and I'm not convinced he'll see it out, but ability might just get him through. So we'll see what happens with Condor Pasa, one of the last out ahead of race number 2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the mounting yard here for race number 2, the Dubai Auto Zone, presented by DP World. We race for 165,000 dirham over the 1,600 metres on turf. First horse is Algernon, comes into this off a very hot maiden over 2,000 metres. Drops back in distance after running behind Mount Tambora, beaten 3.75 lengths. Mount Tambora looks a good form line heading into a race like this, and sticking in non-winners' company has got to be given a lot of respect. Number 2, El Pastor, one start at Jebel Ali in maiden company. Down the track, will hopefully appreciate the switch over to grass here for career start number 2. Number 3, Al Sahib, draws a little sticky here. Kay Sabood does the training. Jules Mobian to do the riding here and was beaten 7 lengths last time out in behind Meydan. Back to non-winners company. We'll see this horse hopefully improve and be somewhere in the top 5 or 6. Number 4 is Assad. Sandro Paiva does the riding here, beaten by Meydan last start by 1.25 lengths, a lot closer to the winner, and returns here to Meydan company for the first time in quite a while, but has been at it for quite a while. 29 starts now for 5 seconds, has had plenty of chances to win before. Benzema goes around for yet another start this season. It would almost be his 9th or 10th start so far this year, so he's seen plenty of racing. Last start at Abu Dhabi was beaten 3 lengths by Energetic. He was back in the run there and didn't make too much ground in a 0 to 75. Back to Meydan company should suit, but he has had plenty of runs at the grade already this season. 6 is Chef de Party for Richard Mullen, who's looking for an early double. Rides for Mohammed Mardood and AJG Holdings Limited. 15 starts for 4 minor placings and was a length off Arabian Tail last time out in the Mile Maiden at Abu Dhabi. Well, Dahez will go around here in Meydan company after running up against Proven company last start and being down the track in behind Border Edge. This looks easier, but again, would need to improve on his recent maiden starts to figure. 8 is Dark Candy. Tygo Shea rides for Bupat Seema, coming out of the same race there as Algernon with a 5th placing behind Mount Tambora. Drops back in distance, stays at maiden grade. On to number 9, Izaj, our international market favourite for Ahmed bin Hamash, Connor Beasley. They have run in the placings the last 3 starts, beaten 3.5 lengths behind Mount Tambora last start. Has been awfully close on a number of occasions. Certainly worth plenty of respect here at career start number 11, the 4-year-old gelding by No Nay Never. Flamewood is in the field here for Royston French and Mohammed Ramadan. Was beaten a distance last time out to the races there in behind Arabian Tail. Heads to Meydan here this evening, yet to place in his 14 starts. We lose number 11, Frosty Wind, a scratching. Number 12 is Midnight Deal from Arwan Al-Badai. Gabriel Maloon will do the riding here and would need to improve on the last start performance in behind El Introvertido. That was a Jebel Ali, beaten 13.5 lengths. Maybe a return to a flatter surface will see him improve. "13 is Mulhim. Marcelino Rodriguez does the riding, claiming his 3. This one also for Mohammed Ramadan. Last start behind Sakara King was at a lane. That was a 0 to 75 race. Back to Meydan here and back to Meydan company here, where he was last seen over 2,000 metres, beaten 22.5 lengths. So would need to improve on recent starts. Special Cigar has not been able to get up to the mark here in recent times. 3 starts and yet to figure on any of those 3 occasions. We would need to see something before you could be considering him a winning hope. So still 15 and 16 left to go. Condor Passer makes his way out onto the track early. Here's number 15, Yas, for Abu Dhabi. He's had 1 start at Abu Dhabi for Doug Watson. Patrick Dobbs will do the riding here, and he was down the track on that occasion in his only start to date. And Condor Passer, conditions get him 55 kilos as a 3-year-old here. Comes in off an official rating of 84, which is much higher than a lot of these other runners. He has yet been out over 1,600 metres though. His furthest distance, 1,200 metres. So if he gets the trip, he should figure, but at the same time, he has been running in sprint races up until this point. One to consider. So that's our look at the runners here for race number 2, and they make their way out onto the course.
All right, best turned out time, and it's gone to horse number 5. Again, it's Benzema, best turned out. And this horse having a 29th career go. He's one best turned out here. Good luck to him tonight. Gulzar Ali is the winning groom. Well done to him. Our thanks to Iftikhar Hussain for presenting the best turned out award. And that is 650 dirham to the winning groom of the best turned out horse, Benzema, on behalf of Zabil Feed. And our thanks to Zabil Feed for their continued support. The best turned out award during the Dubai Racing Carnival. It's 650 dirham to the winning groom. So it's not going to be easy to get Benzema's head in front, but you never know. Izaj will have a good chance here based upon the run last time behind Mount Tambora. Stayed it pretty well, but went close over 1600 to Law of Nature on 3 starts ago. He's a 4-year-old, son of No Nay Never. Handles the turf and dirt, although I always think the No Nay Nevers are a bit more at home on the turf, and he would have a leading chance here. Mainly, I think Izaj and Algernon, based upon that Mount Tambora form, are the ones to be with. But there are others with ability, the likes of Chef de Partie, the likes of Condor Passer, of course. Now, he's the top rated in the field, and he ran really well here last time behind Al Abed. The second from that run runs a little bit later on as well. But the main thing for him is whether or not he sees out the distance. That's the question mark, but he's definitely got the ability. And Fawzi Nasser's horse have been very consistent all season. There is Algernon. Thought he looked really well, actually. He's probably the sort of pick of the paddock, if you like. Bernardo Pinheiro, Misabra Almeri. He'll come out of 11. You have long enough to sort yourself out in the straight, but I think he will want a patient ride off that. The rail's out 4, so that can mean that horses find it easier to come from off the pace. I think when the rail's out a long way, it's harder. But There's no rule of thumb to that necessarily. And Algernon is a showcasing who stays further, but I think this trip may just be what he wants. And he's lightly raced. Loading process is getting underway. There is the Nasir Asker colours of Algernon going forward. And we'll find out what happens soon enough. Another nice big field for Pat Comerford to call home. Pat.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, big field of 16 runners here, and one of the only races tonight where we haven't had a withdrawal from the event, so a nice big field of thoroughbreds here, despite all of them still looking for that maiden tag. It does look to be a nice race here for our Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere 4-year-old and ups, and Southern Hemisphere 3-year-olds, which is where we get to see Condor Passer coming into this with a very nice bit of a weight swing, I guess, on a few of these, despite being off a rating of 84. He just needs to get the mile, but he gets his chance here this evening under Adri de Vries. Fauzi Nas having a great season so far, not only here in Dubai, but also in his native Bahrain as well, where they have been able to score with multiple successes so far this season. A couple of nice horses on show for the yard here, headlined by a very smart filly in Manama Gold. As Benzema comes up into line here for Macau Barcelona. And we look set to go here at the 1600 metres, our first turf race for the evening racing. We got away to a very nice start. Dark Candy fast off on the outside. Condor Passer jumped well and jumped better than most, but has been restrained here as well, and they do slide up to its outside. Special Cigar, Algernon working forward. Benzema under a throttle hold on the middle of the pack there, spotting the lead about 4 lengths. Then came El Pastor, Chef de Party. Daha's working up the inside fence, followed there by Izaj, El Sahib 5 deep at the moment. Then came Midnight Deal, followed there by Yas, Assad, Mulhim second to last, and the last one was Flamewood. So down the back they go, and they leave the 1,000 astern. Making their way off the back part of the course, Dark Candy rolls them along well, 14.15, 25.24. So fractions are okay. And leads by a length and a half here on Algernon in second. Special Cigar third, and fourth Benzema still closer, and has been a little bit closer than he has been in previous starts. Chef de Party, Condor Passer now back to 6th. Followed there by El Pastor, El Sahib, Dahez. Izaj was next from Mulhim. Then came Midnight Deal, starting to be scrubbed along with Yas, Assad, and the last one Flamewood. Still with them all to go past as they go into the straight here in race number 2. And 400 metres, Peg comes up now, and it is Dark Candy a half. Algernon now wider, is into second, now taking over. Condor Passer starting to weave through here with Benzema. Deeper out on the course, Dahez, followed by Chef de Party. It's Algernon, Condor Passer edging into the margin here in the final stages. It's Algernon the leader, Condor Passer on the outside. Condor Passer will take it. Condor Passer gets the win. Dahez edges out Algernon for second. 4th goes to Benzema. 5th across the line was El Pastor, followed by Chef de Party, Izaj, Dark Candy, Special Cigar. Then came El Sahib, Midnight Deal, Assad, back to Yas, and the last one home was Mulhim. Condor Passer, well rated by Adri de Vries, putting all the expertise to the test here. He was very fast out of the machines. He decided to, I guess, ease a little bit there. Didn't want the horse to go up and contest. The speed was, on paper, going to be hot. Dark Candy provided that decent tempo. And he just kept him within striking distance, about 6 lengths off the leader, and they did roll off the turn. He did take the inside passage and just allowed the horse to go through his paces. He's gone on to win well, Condor Passer. And the manner in which he did it suggests he may be winning a few more after this. 16, 7, 1 and 5 in the Dubai Auto Zone, presented by DP World over the 1600.
Yeah, and it was pretty comfortable in the end. He, at this point, having travelled pretty nicely just in behind, just wanted an out. He wanted to go inner at that point, but then Algernon was in front of him, so he goes outer, and I think he's won pretty comfortably. I questioned whether or not he'd see out the distance, and he absolutely did. That was the unknown going up 400 metres in trip, but he's relished it. He saw it out as Pat suggested in the run, going into handicap company now, what will he rate around that? If he has beaten Algernon rated 76 and Condor Pasa 84, Dahes 72, it probably rates pretty well around all that, to be honest. That is enough to make sense of it. He's obviously the 3-year-old getting weight, and as Pat suggested in our preview, this race is on that front, conditions-wise, ideal for him, as long as he saw it out, and he did. So I don't think that they can move him too much for that, and he could be an interesting one over a mile going into handicaps. More success at the Dubai Racing Carnival for Fawzi Nas and Adri de Vries, who is an absolute master on both tracks, and he's given that horse a perfect ride. He does it often on the turf. He did it with Uzo a few weeks ago, going the shortest way around if you can, and then hoping you get an out and putting the horse in the right positions, and that's exactly what he's done. He doesn't go for everything because I think he's pretty confident he's going to get on top at this point. Algernon's run well. Maybe the race didn't shape up ideally, given that he was a bit closer to the speed than ideal, but I think that's looking for excuses. Dahes has run well. Another one for Musabra Al-Mary, staying the distance well. He's lightly raced enough to think he's got a future over this distance, but Condor Pasa has won pretty comfortably.
Unofficial results here for race number 2, 16.715. Condor Pasa, our winner, 136.12 the time, a length by a short head. The margins in the Dubai Auto Zone presented by DP World, race 2, 16.715.
Adri de Vries then in the saddle on the Fawzi Nas trained Golf Racing Club LLC owned Condor Pasa. Adri de Vries weighing in after more success at the Dubai Racing Carnival. It's been a good year out here for him, and well deserved as well. And the horse, hi Adri, the horse had to, I guess, just prove that the trip was what he wanted, and he seems to have relished it.
Yes, absolutely. Last time he ran on over 6. He needed a bit of time to quicken there today. I give him plenty of chance to have a blow in the turn, and yeah, he quickened nicely. He's a very honest horse. He's been knocking on the door, and he deserved this win.
Were you keen to, because he broke pretty well, but were you keen to just take him back a bit and find a rhythm?
Yeah, I was going to break well, and then if they left me alone, just control the race, but then I was happy to get a lead.
Can I ask about Go Soldier Go later, and what you're expecting from a horse? He's obviously got a load of back class.
Yeah, definitely. He took a long time to get back in form when he came back from America. He ran a good race here in Meydan. Disappointed last time up the hill. He just didn't like the track, I suppose. He likes this flat track, and just hope we got plenty of pace. He's a horse that comes from off the pace, so he needs a good pace.
Good stuff. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks, Adri.
And that is correct weight in race number 2, 16.715. Correct weight, race 2, Condor Passer, your winner, 136.12 winner's time. Margins, won by a short head. Correct weight, race 2.
Dubai AutoZone Meydan, presented by DP World. Won nicely by Condor Passer. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Shihab Sultan Mesmar, who is the head of operations at Dubai AutoZone. Shihab, thank you. And he'll be presenting the award to the winning connections, and making his way up on behalf of the winning connections of Condor Passer Golf Racing LLC. Please welcome Ganga Singh. Right, it's time for Faces at the Races. It's the first of 4 tonight, and your chance to win 500 dirham. What we'll do is we'll focus in on one of your lovely faces, and whichever face that is takes home 500 dirham. It's very simple, it's well worth it, it's like smiling for money. And do you know what, you don't even have to smile sometimes, you just have to look your best. Not even your best, Just be you. Just be natural. That's very natural, sir. I like that. Yep. Little dip in there. Lovely. But who's giving us a little bit of a smile? Straight away, you! You have won! Faces at the Races. Mark 1 tonight. 500 dirham, madam, is all yours. Thank you for coming racing. Thank you for smiling. Head to the rewards centre up on level 1 for your prize. 500 dirham is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the parade ring as we get set here for the third event on the card. Runners are starting to make their way in. We do have a field of 7 with the scratching here of the Michael Bell trained Destructives. So 7 to take to the track over the 1400 metres here on the dirt. This conditions event here, the We Won, presented by DP World for 175,000 dirham. Let's head to our first horse, and he is the South American Autobahn. He's a 3-year-old colt by Asiatic Boy out of Autografiada, who is a Giants Causeway mare. Macau Barcelona will do the riding here for Julio Olajuara, for Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Maktoum. This horse having his UAE debut after 1 start and 1 win, going on to break the maiden by 8 lengths. And coming here to the UAE, given an official rating of 96. He is our international market favourite, Autobahn, looking to make it 2 from 2 early in his career. We head to number 4, a debutante in Falcon of Arabia. Bupat Sima trains, Tygo Shea rides for the Falcon Racing Team LLC. USA bred by Sandra Sexton and Silver Fern Farm. The 3-year-old son of Speightstown has his first start here for his career and his first start in the UAE. Ammo Racing Limited bring a runner here to Meydan. He's had the 1 start already, Thunder Blue, for Dominic French Davis, David Egan to do the riding here, off a rating of 94. He's a 3-year-old colt by Blue Point. He's had the 8 starts for a win and 2 seconds so far. And he comes into this with some, hopefully, fitness on his side after running 7th in his UAE debut. Number 5 is King of Luck. Richard Mullen does the riding for Bupat Sima. Mr. Saeed Suhail, 5 starts for a 2nd so far. He comes into this as a horse yet to break through for a win. He's had the 5 runs so far to date and makes his Meydan debut. Number 6 is Pure Ambition for Bernardo Pinheiro. Musaba Al Mahiri, 2 starts and yet to figure so far. Both of those runs in January of this year. He's been no better than 10 lengths to the winner, and that came here at Meydan. So would need to improve against some more proven company up the top of the order. Another one of the debutantes here, one of our 2 debutantes, Redan. Sam Hitchcock will ride for Doug Watson, the 3-year-old colt by Ghost Zapper, out of an alternation mare in Alta Moon, for Mr. Abdul Mohsen Al Abdul Kareem. Best of luck to Connections here for their runner's first starts of his career. And last but not least, number 8, Where's the Wire? Connor Beasley will ride for Ahmed bin Hamash for Mr. Thaib Ghanim Rashid Al Mazrui. 3 starts for a 2nd. He has his first run here at Meydan at career start number 4. That's our 7 runners for the We Won presented by DP World over the 1400 metres. 175,000 the purse, 105 to our winner in race number 3 on the program.
Doug Watson has Redan here, who's kindly agreed to have a little chat before the race, because I know you love to. What can you tell us about this horse? He was just rearing up a bit.
Yeah, he's pretty fresh at home. Probably could use with a little brain surgery there in the future. He's nice. He does everything. He's just been growing all year, so we've just taken our time with him, and this looked like a nice place to start. He's trialed twice actually, and trialed all right. So better the second time. So hopefully he can break running a little bit, and we'll see what we have after tonight. But I think in the end he's going to be a 1.25 mile horse.
Oh, you just answered my next question. Yeah. So on pedigree, I mean, this could be sharp enough, couldn't it?
It would be, yeah. But he's a nice horse. He's a really good looking horse too. So hopefully he just comes to himself. Great owner in Abdul, and hope he runs well for him. But I think in the future it'll be more of his trip going 1.25 miles or so.
You got a host of other runners tonight. One I wanted to ask you about was Sari Dubai, who are obviously on the turf. I know you got one ease in that as well, but he was unlucky last time. But I guess that can be him, can't it?
Well, I'd say his first start, I was really surprised how well he came home. I thought he's grown up a lot this year, and he flew home and obviously he finished 4th, I think, there. But then we had to run back in 2 weeks, and it was such a hard run. I just think it took a little out of him. He ran a little flat last time. We've had 3 weeks this time, so hopefully, it looks like he's done well at home. So again, drawn wide. Can't get him in any, but
so would you, because obviously he's still a bit of a tuck-in horse, right?
Yeah.
But if he was drawn lower, he'd be ridden a bit more forward, would he?
A bit more forward. Pat's going to have to try to jump and get over and waste a little energy doing that. But it's a 1.25 mile race, so he might be able to slip out there. And it's 5 furlongs to the bend, so it's a really nice turf course here, and it gives you a lot of time on those type of trips.
Okay. Good luck later, and good luck here.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, let's have a closer look at these. This is for 3-year-olds only that have never won 2 races. And Autobahn is a horse who's giving weight here because it's a southern hemisphere horse who's giving 4 kilos away to the northern hemisphere horses. And Autobahn has won his race last time. Haven't seen it back. He's obviously an Asiatic boy who had great success out here. One of a few Asiatic boys trained by the trainer, Julio Olosquaga. And Autobahn obviously handles the dirt and comes over here as a winner. One of the horses that was being a bit of a monkey was Falcon of Arabia. He seems to have settled down. He has. He's a nice looking horse. He's a Speightstown. He's bred for the surface. The connections have hit the ground running with a few of their dirt newcomers this year. Yeah, he looks a nice horse in the flesh, I thought, Falcon of Arabia. I'm not certain what to expect first up, but the important thing is he's settled down a bit from his brief antics in the parade ring. When he had 2 handlers with him, he was fine, to be honest. Thunder Blue is a blue point. Not certain he'll handle the surface, but his way of racing is encouraging because he can get on the speed. The slight concern for me is the distance. He's not certain to stay 1,400 metres. But he is best off at the weights here, being that he's rated £2 below Autobahn, but he is getting weight because he's a Southern Hemisphere horse. He is penalised for a success, one of his higher profile successes previously. We've got a son of New Bay in here in the colours of Side Sahel. That's King of Luck. Richie Mullen, Bupat Sima. We'll do best turned out winner very shortly. Our winning groom has just arrived behind us, so we can get in position for that. But just to confirm, King of Luck will come out of stall number 8 under Richard Mullen. Okay, so best turned out winner. Confirm that for you. Is the groom is Rab Yacoub. Well done to him. And he can go and get in position. Rab Nawaz can go and get in position. And it's Pure Ambition. Thanks to Zabil Feed for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award. Iftikhar Hussain presenting Rab Nawaz with his winning prize. Okay, he's found out his best turned out, and he's decided to go for a little run. But he's okay by the looks of things there. Bernardo Pinheiro, I think, managed to keep hold of him. I'll update you on that. But anyway, Rab Nawaz. Rab Nawaz is the winning groom. Thanks to Zabil Feed. 650 dirham to Rab Nawaz. That was quite dramatic for our best turned out winner. Pure Ambition, I think, has got rid of Bernardo Pinheiro now. So Rab may need to head back and get the horse, unfortunately, as he's come back, and he was ponied to the start, this horse. I believe that Bernardo is up and Rab is up, but we'll see whether the horse takes part or not now. There's a bit of drama. It's Pure Ambition decided to run loose. And I don't believe he'll run. He won't run, I'm afraid, Pure Ambition now. Pure Ambition won't be running because on vet's advice, having crashed through that rail, he is out of the race, Pure Ambition. Very sensible from all. But a great shame for Connections, as Rab will head over and collect the horse, having won best turned out. And Bernardo is on his feet, so that's some good news. All right, loading process is just about getting underway. There is Where's the Wire going forward. Got 6 horses in this contest. See the ambulance making its way up to Bernardo Pinheiro. He is on his feet, so hopefully all right. And we will be getting underway with this race shortly. High drama before it, Pat, but seemingly all okay.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Tom. Great to see Bernardo up and walking over to ambulance staff at this point in time. And the second ambulance is just making its way around to the start here as well, as we will need one for the race. Plenty of interesting action going on here, but as we mentioned there, Pure Ambition will not be taking his part here. He's a scratching from the event on veterinary advice. And we are down to a field of 6 runners. So Radan and King of Luck will be the last 2 to make their way forward. And we will be set to go. Radan loads away. And King of Luck comes up into line. We are set to run in the We1 presented by DP World. And we are away at the 1400 metres. To a good line, King of Luck was a little slow, if any, going back with Where's the Wire. Radan deeper out as Falcon of Arabia has been sent to the front here under Tygo Shea. On debut, leading by a length. Autobahn comes up into the position on the outside. Radan 3rd and 3 deep. Thunder Blue gets a decent run in behind at the moment as the pace just comes out of the race slightly. 13.82, 24.56 as they thunder along the back, and the 850 metre mark comes up. Now they tighten up ranks here. King of Luck second to last. Where's the Wire, the last one, as Falcon of Arabia leads them down the side part of the course. Autobahn shaken along. Thunder Blue needing some luck under David Egan in behind the leader, as they will try to extricate off the fence shortly. Radan ridden. King of Luck next, and Where's the Wire detached at the moment. We lost Pure Ambition on Vet's advice at the gates. Falcon of Arabia travels into the straight here, a length and 3/4. He put a little bit of a gap here on Autobahn, who now balances up and starts to level up on the outside. Falcon of Arabia, though, gives a kick and staves off the favourite at this point in time. Falcon of Arabia leading by a length and a half. Autobahn tries ever so hard. 8 lengths to King of Luck and Thunder Blue, but it is all Falcon of Arabia, and he leads all the way. A length and a half, a nice debut win. Autobahn second, third across the line in a photo finish was King of Luck, just nudging out Thunder Blue, who was a tad disappointing. Radan was next, the last one, King of Luck, and Pure Ambition was out before the gates opened. Falcon of Arabia. That's a way you want to see a horse start their career. The son of Speightstown goes on to win well and staves off Autobahn, who had the win going into this. The 6.5 kilo weight swing certainly played a part there in the final stages. Autobahn tried ever so hard, a massive gap back to third. But it was all Falcon of Arabia. Too good here. The 3-year-old colt by Speightstown out of Lawn Party for Falcon Racing Team LLC. And Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea on the board early on the card.
Yes, another winning dirt newcomer for Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea. He showed some early antics in the Parade Ring previously, but he knew his job out there. They're pretty well schooled out the gates. And another smart prospect, Autobahn. He was just off it a bit early. He stuck to his task. I don't think any of his excuses. Obviously, he's giving weight away, being a Northern Hemisphere, a Southern Hemisphere horse. But otherwise, the two have pulled nicely clear from King of Luck. And it could be pretty nice form. What's the time? 1:23.77. It's not a bad time at all. It's inside a second outside the track record. I mean, I think we're dealing with a fast track tonight. You know, exactly as Richard Mullen was saying earlier, you don't want to go on the Purebred Arabians as a guide to that. But we've had 2 races now that have been fast, so it looks a bit of a speed track this evening. And there'll be some early skirmishes to get there in our next couple of races. Make no mistake about it. We've got 2 more on the dirt. Yeah, Falcon Arabia, that's exciting. This 3-year-old. He's a Speightstown, he's bred for the surface. He'll get a mile on pedigree and what he's done there. And Tygo Shea has kept it pretty simple. He was organised enough. You see the horse behind, he's a bit of a bull, and you know, he really claws at the surface. I like him a lot. But he was just, I think he was just done for speed really throughout the contest. I think he's been beaten by a sharper animal. And Falcon of Arabia makes a winning start for Falcon Racing Team LLC. Zabeel Stables, they've got, you know, a lot of great syndicates in there who have got a huge amount of success this season. Loads of differently syndicated horses who have won races now, so that's great for all involved. And Falcon of Arabia looks a lovely new recruit for the team.
Numbers in the Wee One presented by DP World over the 1400 metres. 4, 1, 5 and 2. 4, 1, 5 and 2. Falcon of Arabia, a debut winner here in the third event. 1:23.77 winner's time. Margins 1 1/4 by 10 1/4 lengths. 4, 1, 5, 2. Our numbers for the third.
Back in the winners' enclosure is Tygo O'Shea on this newcomer, trained by Bhupat Seymour in the colours of Falcon Racing Team LLC. Falcon of Arabia!
Let you guys go. Thanks, lads. Thanks very much.
So, Tygo O'Shea is weighing in after that success. Well done to him. Good to have him back in the winners' enclosure. And frankly, I'm on my way to meet him. And here he is. He's just debriefing with some of the winning connections, which they'll be absolutely delighted with, because they've had loads of success out here, the Bhupat Seymour team, as I say, with these syndicates, and Tygo O'Shea's been the man on board for much of it. Well done. What were you expecting, Tygo?
Look, on his work at home, he was telling us that he's definitely up to winning a maiden. Obviously, it was a conditions race, and the top horse, Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa, His Highness's horse, had ran a good time and ran a good rating as well. So, no, he had to be nice to go and do that first time. And he's got a great temperament, good pedigree, and very straightforward and professional first time.
There were moments in here where he was just being playful, I think, but, you know, slightly concerning on debut. And when he got the second handler with him, he settled down again. Was he fine going down to the start? Yeah,
he was very professional. Andy Slattery rides him a lot at home there, and he says that regardless if it's a Monday or Sunday, he's the same every day. He's fresh, and he's got a bit about him, so which is good. You know, I think the better ones seem to know when to have talent. So, look, you can't fault him. He can only beat what's in front of him. He was getting a nice weight pull from the top horse, but he had a run, we hadn't, so hopefully onwards and upwards.
And just on the yard, for a lot of syndicated horses in the yard, they've had loads of success, and loads have been ready first up too.
Yeah, good bunch of lads and ladies, so they're having a good time of it, and they've two nice horses there to go to war with. Mendelssohn Bay last time winning the Guineas, and a lovely horse going forward, and now this fella to join the party.
Great stuff, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So correct weight given, race 3, the Wee One presented by DP World. Correct weights 4, 1, 5 and 2 the numbers. Falcon of Arabia, our winner, 123.77. Margins 1 1/4 lengths by 10 1/4 lengths. Correct weight race 3, 4, 1, 5 and 2. Update on jockey Bernardo Pinheiro after the pre-race incident. He has been taken to hospital to undergo further checks. We will advise on rider changes for the remainder of the evening. Bernardo Pinheiro taken to hospital and stood down for the remainder of the evening.
All right, time for the presentation for race number 3. It's the Wee One presented by DP World Conditions Race. And to make the presentation, welcome to the stage the Chief Operating Officer at Wee One, which is Ayoub Hassan Al Mullah. And Ayoub will be presenting the award to our winning connections. He will welcome up soon enough as Ayoub takes to the stage. So the winning connections of Falcon of Arabia, who was a brilliant performance on debut, and members of the Falcon Racing Team LLC. Please welcome to the stage Pasha, Isaac Qureshi, Abeda Flew and Paul Ebbs. So as Pat told you, Bernardo Pinheiro had been taken up to hospital for more observation and treatment. Hopefully he's okay. We did see him standing up after that incident. We will wait for another ambulance to come back. So we'll see whether or not this race is going to be able to go off on time. It's not definite at all. We'll see and do our best to get there for you. Due off at 7:15. We might have a little delay. Number 1 is Aswan for Oscar Chavez and Musaba Al-Meri, 5-year-old son of Caravaggio, who was last seen over the 1400 here, not beaten too far. Prior to that, did try this trip and it didn't quite work out. There's plenty of pace in the pedigree. He is a 2-time turf winner. The dirt didn't work out when he tried it once here, but you can make a case for him, as you can for a few of the Musaba horses. He has the hood on with a shadow roll as well. Number 3 has just walked in front of us, so we'll turn our attention to horse number 3, Perfect Love. We'll come out of stall number 11, Connor Beasley Ahmed Al Shamaili. He is rated 85, as is Aswan, as is Silent Defence and Legend of Khan, incidentally, so it's tight at the top. He's won on the turf a couple of times, but he's not been in the best form of late. The run back at Abu Dhabi was okay, but prior to that, or subsequent to that, back on the dirt, it didn't really work out, and he seems a bit more consistent on the turf. So that's why he's here doing it. Silent Defence is number 4, the Borsley horse. Is a son of National Defence, will come out of stall 14, that won't make life easy. Jules Mabian is on board for Rashid Borsley. He's dropped down the weights a bit now, so 85 will hopefully make him a bit more competitive. Number 8 is behind that, that's Howard Baladi, the other Rashid Borsley horse. Howard Baladi, you can't miss those big red cheek pieces he's got on. And he is a winner on the turf, but only 1 from 12. Again, of late, not in the best of form. Beaten a distance his last go on the turf, and a little disappointing back to the dirt last time, although he does have a dirt win to his name. In front of us, in the distance, we've got horse number 9, who's being saddled in the little saddling area there. That's Mostawar, Heather Main, you can see on the right. She's just applied the finishing touches, and now Mostawar will make his way out towards us. Ben Cohen rides. The Franz Kafka form, he's going to go over the other side, so we'll let him do that and just watch him from here. But Mostawar ran well behind Franz Kafka last time, and it could be the back in trip suits as he drops to what might be a more suitable trip. Number 14 is also going to make his way over the other side soon enough, but Jewel Geely Lamp, that is. We're going to wait for a few to come over towards us as well. Jewel Geely Lamp for Omar Darag and Marcelino Rodriguez, and he's just having the finishing touches applied to him. Over in the distance, we'll see horse number 7 coming towards us, and we'll let him make his way over. In fact, we're going to make our way over to horse number 7, because we're going to need to find a way to get over the other side, because we've done all of those over here. So as we head over towards this horse coming towards us, this is Goa Cheka. He's an ex-Keith Dalglish horse, now with Musaber Al-Meri. I'm not sure who rides yet, because of course Bernardo Pinheiro is off to hospital and he's been stood down. He's quite well treated, I think, potentially on his best form. He's interesting. Keep coming this way, and I'll take us over the other side. We've got a number of horses over here, including horse number 10, who's just a couple back as we keep going over. He should be walking towards us in a second. Now this is Mountbatten. I thought he ran a good race last time, Mountbatten. This Bay son of Darbarism. And I think this trip will suit that a little bit better, back up in trip. He obviously ran well over it on his last start in the UK. He's lightly raced over here, and he was just a little bit wider than ideal last time. I thought he looked like the most likely winner in the field, but we will see. Behind is number 11, Perfect Balance. He's got a red hood on, and number 11 is a previous course winner. They've had a few goes on the dirt of late. He's only run once on the turf and won once on the turf, but he's pretty consistent across both tracks. Back on this mark on the turf, he's obviously rated lower on the dirt, but he's just not overly, or he doesn't win that often, but you can make a case for him on his peak form, definitely. Horse number 11 is right in front of us here with the shadow roll on and the red hood. 12 is Al Hezab for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. Don't really know what to expect necessarily. Interesting new recruit here, son of Ravens Pass. Number 13 is Al Maroom as he starts to make his way out. He'll come out of 13. She was good last time, and that form has worked out pretty well, but she's having a go on the turf now. But I like the way she ran right the way through to the line last time. And we might just make our way out with number 19, who's Silver Jubilee, another Doug Watson horse. Sam Hitchcock's been on this horse the last few starts. Hasn't shown a huge amount, but dropping down the weights to 76, but a little bit more is required here. So we'll let you know who replaces Bernardo Pinheiro soon enough, and the runners are in the tunnel.
welcome back to the mounting yard for race number 4 on the program. We continue on our look at our Friday card with a nice field here for the Dubai Trade, presented by DP World over the 1600 metres. Number 1 is Aswan for Oscar Chavez. He is a 5-year-old son of Caravaggio from Masaba Al Maheri, Mr. Tawfiq Al Saeed Ali. 13 starts, 2 wins and 3 minor placings, and was in behind a very fast changing colours who tore away from the rest of the field. But he got within 5.75 lengths and was one of the only horses making ground late, and as a result deserves a fair bit of respect. Number 2, Legend of Khan, is a scratching. We head to the 3, Perfect Love, Connor Beasley for Ahmed Al Shamali. This one is drawn a little wide. Barrier number 11 here for the 5-year-old gelding by Heliostatic. He's had the 19 starts for 3 wins and 7 minor placings. Last time at Meydan was second in a 75 to 90. Tougher race than this behind Abshrek. He returns here to the track for the first time this season and is third up for the preparation. Number 4 is the first of 2 runners here for Rashid Borsley. This is Silent Defence, Jules Maubion, off a rating of 85 here. He comes in as an equal top rater in the event, but does draw very sticky. Was 9th in behind Royal Dubai last week. He backs up after 7 days here for Rashid Borsley, having his 10th start. Number 5 and number 6 do come out of the event, El Mareb and Beautiful Secret. We now head to Goya Chica, who will be partnered now by Andrew De Vries, who replaces Bernardo Pinheiro here in the 4th event for Masaba Al Maheri and Mr. Nasser Asker. 23 starts, 3 wins and 3 minor placings. He was beaten a distance last time out, coming through that same race there as Aswan in behind Changing Colours. Needs to improve. Number 8 is Hawa Baladi, a white distinguishing cap here for Omar Isaac Salas. For Rashid Borsley, drawn wide also, and was off to Sharjah last time out to the races there in behind Street Mood, beaten 12 1/4 lengths. He was in listed company 2 starts ago here at Meydan. This looks easier, but would need to improve on recent starts. Mustawa looks one of our likely leaders in the race, the 8-year-old gelding by Poet's Voice. Ben Cohen will ride for Heather Main and the Heraldians. 47 starts so far for 5 wins and 12 minor placings. Led them up last time out and was swallowed late in the piece. Drops back to the mile, which for the racing pattern looks a more suitable trip. Number 10, Mountbatten, should appreciate the speed from a few of these in the run. He will be getting back and running on here, the son of Dabasim. Macau Barcelona rides here at the 61 kilos. Another one for Masaba Al Maheri, this one for Mr. Muhammad Ali. 4 wins from 8 starts, 2 minor placings, and was 6.5 lengths there off Changing Colours last time to the races. Andrew Slattery will partner Perfect Balance for Bupat Seema and Desert Rose Racing. Last start winner at Sharjah. That was on the 17th of December. Bringing up Andrew Slattery, his first win here in the UAE. 4.5 length winner there. This looks a little tougher, but at the same time, you've got to respect the winning form and should be a much more confident horse heading into this event, having had that first win of the season out of the way. Number 12 is Al Hezabir. Patrick Dobbs for Doug Watson and Al Camda Racing. Has had the 4 runs overseas. Makes his UAE debut and comes into this as a bit of an X-factor horse, an unknown quantity. We'll see how forward he is here for his first run in the country. Hasn't run since September 2021. Number 13, El Maroom, a 6-year-old mare by Awesome Again. She's drawn a little wide here. Tygo Shea on board here for Bupat Seema. Beaten a length last time out in behind stablemate Border Edge, and comes into this event here stepping up from 14 to a mile. and a little tougher of an event, but caught the eye last start. 14 is Jewel Genie Lamp for Marcelino Rodriguez, claiming his 3 here for Omar Darag, for Maddox Racing and the My Racing Syndicate. Beaten a distance last start here at Meydan. A mile looks a more suitable trip. $15 is Shake Hand for Callum Shepherd and Fauzi Nass, already with a winner tonight. 1 win from 14 starts, but off his last couple of runs, this looks very, very difficult. 4 more to have a look at. Wild Tiger, the 16, Hector Crouch on for Saeed bin Saror. He was a novice winner at Wolverhampton on the all-weather track, winning there by a length and a quarter. And he comes over for his first run here in Dubai. And now to our emergencies who gain a start here. We look at the 3rd emergency first, Silver Jubilee. Sam Hitchcock will ride for Doug Watson and Sheikh Abaid. 5-year-old gelding by Dabawi. He was down the track last time out at Jebel Ali. He returns here to Meydan and a more suitable surface going off his form in the past. But we'll need to improve on that first up run there for the year. 18 is Cahill. We saw him on the 8th of December last year here at Meydan in behind Al Jadaf. Ben Cohen rode on that occasion. Royston French will ride here for Salim bin Gadaya. The 6-year-old gelding by Muhara has had 4 wins from 16 starts, but again has been racing in easier company than this. And last but not least, Branwell, the next runner in the race here for Masaba Al Maheri. Has a big team. Saif Al Balushi picks up the ride on the 4th emergency, who gains a start, dropping back sharply in distance from a 2,400 metre race at Abu Dhabi back on the 25th of January. Would need to improve, but we'll see how he goes here. This is the shortest distance he's raced over for quite some time. So that's our runners here. We did lose the 17, Brak Al Emirat, Beautiful Secret, the 6, Al Mareb, the 5, and the 2, Legend of Khan. So 4 withdrawals here out of the 20. We still go with a full field of 16 runners.
So before this race, which might be a little behind because of the ambulance issue, as you know, with Bernardo Pinheiro off to hospital. We'll catch up as soon as we can. Fauzi Nass is with me, has Shake Hand here. But let's touch on Condor Passa first of all. That looked pretty comfortable. Well done.
Yes, I was always told he was a sprinter coming from Argentina. But I take my hat off for Adre. He convinced me that he will stay a mile very easily. And luckily it worked out.
Is he normally right?
Normally?
Actually, normally right.
Yeah. Adre knows him very well. He rides most of my horses in the mornings. And yeah, it was a good pick from Andre.
Yeah, I think he's the right man to have on board across both surfaces often around here, on which of course you have Gold Soldier go on the dirt later on. Like he, in handicap company, he should be well treated, but where do you have him at the moment?
He should be. He's obviously still carrying his rating from the 3-year-old races from last year. He has come down in ratings, and we sent him to America in between, which probably wasn't ideal.
Just because it's tougher out there? Or?
It was too tough for his class out there, and obviously the travel took a lot out of him. But he's now to his best condition or health, I'd say, and there's no excuses.
What do we make a shake hand here?
Let's not talk about him. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see. Watching brief. Thank you. All right, best turnout horse is horse number 11. There he is, making his way around. Perfect Balance. A few moments ago, Dunga Singh, the winning groom, there he is, and now he's in front of us with Ziad Al Hawat, who's presenting the award on behalf of Zabil Feed, 650 dirham to Dunga Singh, who looks after the best turned out winner, Perfect Balance, ahead of race number 4. All right, loading process is well underway. I think we're pretty deep in the load. So with that in mind, we'll join PC.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, starting the loading process here for the 4th event, and a couple of interesting elements, including this runner here who is making his way forward. And I speak of Al Hezabir. Hasn't been seen since 2021. Comes here with the 4 starts to his name. Patrick Dobbs on board here for Doug Watson and Al Camden Racing. So we'll see, hopefully, the 6-year-old gelding, or the now 6-year-old gelding by Ravens Pass, able to pick up where he left off in his UAE debut as Silent Defence comes up into line. Along with our best turned out horse, Andrew Slattery, aboard Perfect Balance. Branwell to load forward along with Shake Hand. Take notes, Andre de Vries replaces Bernardo Pinheiro here, who has been stood down for the evening. Off to hospital for checks here, and he will partner Goya Chica here for Masaba Al Mahiri, who has about 5 runners in this race. And a couple of the emergencies as well, who have eventually gained a start. Mustawa comes up into line for Ben Cohen. Hawa Baladi loads away. And the line looks set here for race number 4. They look like they'll go fast here. Set to go racing. Best line of the night. Mustawa jumped straight onto the bunny nice and early. Jewel Genie Lamp goes with it in the early piece. From Wild Tiger, deeper out on the course here, Al Hezabir, Bramwell, Mountbatten working through along with Aswan. They break off here, a slight gap back now to Kahile, working alongside Silver Jubilee, El Maroom, Shake Hand. Goya Chica was next, followed by Perfect Balance. Then came Hawa Baladi, followed by Silent Defence, Perfect Love, the last one. So 1,100 metres left to go. 13.73, 24.54. Mustawa eventually finds the top. Jewel Genie Lamp hands up the rail and goes in to track the leader. Aswan improves up into second from Al Hezabir. Then came Bramwell, Wild Lion, Mountbatten, Al Maroom deeper out on the course from Silver Jubilee, Shake Hand. Then came Harbour Lady, Perfect Balance wide, but with a back at this point in time. Then came Goya Chica from Silent Defence, Kahal back to second last, and Perfect Love the last one. So there's about 15 lengths top to tail, but the action up in front here as Mustawa is asked for by Ben Cohen. Aswan comes up to the outside to challenge and goes on past at the moment, leads a short margin. Al Hezabir next in turn, down the centre of the course. Wild Lion starts to lift under Hector Crouch, followed by Mountbatten, who is lifting big time. It is up in front here, taking over Wild Lion. Mountbatten starting to get on level terms here under Macau Barcelona. Mountbatten goes up to the outside of Wild Lion. Wild Tiger puts it to Wild Tiger here, and Mountbatten leading a neck here. Wild Tiger trying. Mountbatten will do it. Mountbatten beats home Wild Tiger in a ding-dong go. Harbour Lady third. Following next there was Silver Jubilee, Goya Chica from Perfect Balance. Then came Al Hezabir. Mostawa dropped away from Silent Defence as one. Then came Branwell, followed by Shake Hand, Al Maroon, Perfect Love. And the last one to cross over was Jewel Genie Lamp. Mountbatten goes on to get the win. Big congratulations to Masaba Al-Mahiri and owner Muhammad Ali, being able to pick up the win here with Mountbatten, who put the writing on the wall last time out, closing off incredibly well, and that's what he got here tonight. The sectionals were good early in the race, good enough for him to be looming into it at the right time. Wild Tiger battled away. Harbour Lady was next from Goya Chica, who ran a very good race as well. 10, 16, 8 and 7, those numbers across the line. And Mountbatten goes on to record a nice win here, and Macau Barcelona picks up a win on the card.
Yeah, nice performance from Mountbatten. He was wide again as with last time, but I think the trip has just suited that little bit better than the 1400 last time, and also the fact that he's had a run under his belt, because he'd been off a while last time and probably just needed the run. Musabra Al-Mary's got a lot of horses like this, a lot of horses contesting this, and a lot of turf horses rated around the same over this sort of distance, but this horse is upwardly mobile. He's seen off the challenge late on of Wild Tiger, who's run really well and gone close. It's encouraging for the team. But Mountbatten, he's been given a ride that works well round here, which is and we see it a lot. We saw it with Franz Kafka, for example. To be able to get a long sweeping go at them off the bend can work so well. Yes, obviously going the shortest way around and picking a way through works as well, but you can be a hostage to fortune there. And Macau Barcelona, out of 3, he made sure he got the horse out early enough to give him one long go at it, and that's worked really well. Of those others to run well, Goa Checker ran well, remember under Adrian de Vries now. He was probably one who was just a touch unfortunate. He just had to wait. You can see him on the inside there, and then eventually he got an out, but ultimately had a bit too much ground to make up in the colours of Nasir Asker. He has run well, actually. He's definitely worth an upgrade on the performance of that run where he's come from. But these two have fought it out, and Mountbatten has come out on top under Macau Barcelona for Musaba Al-Mahiri.
Numbers in the Dubai trade presented by DP World: 10, 16, 8, 7. Mountbatten gets the win, 135.85. The winner's time, margin a half by 5 3/4 lengths. 10, 16, 8 and 7, race 4.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Macau Barcelona in the saddle for Musaba Al-Mahiri. It's Mountbatten. All right, Makar Barcelona just weighing in off the back of the success with Mountbatten. We've got some nice rides tonight. Desert Safari will be a likely one as well, potentially. And I'll get his thoughts on that now. Well done, and Makar, well done. Great stuff. You made sure you got a nice, one go at it down the outside there.
Yeah, exactly. My horse has got a long big stride, and I have to come wide. But actually, we went a nice gallop in front, so my horse was pretty happy. And actually, just making length from a long way, and he's been able to maintain high speed until the end.
Did the early part of the race work out exactly how you wanted?
No, exactly. It took time to really find out who's going to lead, who's going to be beside, and who's going to have exactly position. But it ended up well for me, even if I was a horse who didn't travel much in front of me, and I have to go around. But I think my horse was very competitive in that race, and he showed it again.
And the mile seems to have suited him. Maybe he needed the run last time, but that distance seemed to have suited him really well.
Yeah, exactly. Last time he ran a bit free. Today he travelled pretty well, and he's been able to maintain until the line instead of last time he got tired a bit. So no, he improved a bit since the last run.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race number 4, the Dubai Trade presented by DP World. 10, 16, 8 and 7 correct weight. Mountbatten, your winner, 135.85 winner's time, margin a half length by 5 3/4 lengths. 10, 16, 8 and 7 correct weight.
Right, time for the presentation for the Dubai Trade Handicap presented by DP World. And to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage the Chief Operating Officer of Digital Technology at DP World, that is Mohammed Abu Hamra. And Mohammed will be presenting the award to winning connections of Mountbatten, who won in the colours of Mr. Muhammad Ali. And making their way to the stage, please welcome Ahmed Salim Bello Beda, Omar Gaga, and the winning trainer Musaba Al Meheri. Musaba Al Meheri is with me to just reflect on Mountbatten. Well done. He looks a nice horse, just his second start here. That was a good performance.
Thank you, thank you. He's a nice horse. He's coming from there. He has good form, and he should to be better or same performance, but he's good.
His first run, when he ran here, was a good run, but this was much better. Did he need the first run?
Yeah, sure. You know, the horse, when he come, the trainer, he need time to understand about the horse. We give him first run. We know what he want. He need more walk. He need something to give. I mean, he's improved.
And Street Mood later on. Street Mood is one of my. I love the horse. I think because he comes late, he tries so hard. Well, what do you think about him later on the dirt?
You know, Street Mood, Antonio Fraser, he know him. He jump like behind, and he wait, and he's coming, he finished very good. But in this time, different jockey every time. We change jockey every time. But inshallah, he will be good. He's in good form.
Thank you so much for your time, and well done here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Musaba. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Right, it's time for you to smile for your chance to win. And you will be winning, if we pick you, 500 dirham. You need to head to the reward centre at level 1 if we pick you to collect your prize. But who is it going to be? Tonight's second winner of Faces at the Races. I can see a lot of effort, although I've seen hands waved with more ferocity in the past from you, sir, so it's not going to be you. That's better from you, sir, in the middle there, but we want smiles. Our second winner of tonight's Faces at the Races, almost willing it to come to you. You are sucking us in, sir, and you have won. Well done. 500 dirham is yours. The second winner of tonight's Faces at the Races.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the mounting yard. It is a handicap 85 to 105, which continues our program, the fifth on the card, the Jebel Ali Free Zone, the JAFSA, presented by DP World. Take out number 2, Celtic Prince. He will not be taking his part here in the event, but we will have a look at the ones who are joining us this evening, kicking off with the one in Ajusta Fiscal. He's a 7-year-old gelding by Ioya Big Time. Jose da Silva will do the riding here, who has partnered him to a victory already this season. He does come into this off a rating of 103. He is our highest rated horse in the event. But the previous results on the dirt so far say he may be up against it here a little bit, with the winners coming from the front. He is a get back and run on horse, and that may play slightly against him now in this event. Well, the last time we saw the 3, Aldous Huxley, was under Frankie Dettori in a listed event over the 2,200 metres at Goodwood, where he was beaten a neck there to Lionel. That was on the 20th of May 2002. He returns to the races here for the first time in around 21 months. The son of Dabawi having his first run for the Sullen bin Gudaya stable. Number 4 is Simjangui Gadong. He will be partnered by Seang Moon. And he is trained by Sung Tae Shim. Having his second run here in Meydan since making his way across. He was unfortunately defeated by Kabir Khan last time to the races. He doesn't face a Kabir Khan here this afternoon, but he would need to improve on his first up performance, which you'd say with a run under the belt on the surface, we should see that this evening. Number 5 is Sanad Libya. Andrew Slattery will ride for Bupat Sema, the 7-year-old entire by Tapiture, and he has his first run here for season 23-24. We haven't seen him since the races in early March of 2023. He is coming back into a handicap here after facing Group 1 company last start, beaten 9 3/4. Number 6 is Go Soldier Go for Adri de Vries and Fauzi Nas, hoping to turn back the clock a little bit. Hasn't been racing his best of late, but another horse here by Tapiture, who hopefully will see improve. We'll need some luck from the gate. Seven is Street Mood. Sandro Paiva will replace Bernardo Pinheiro. As you can see here, walking out alongside the horse. He was victorious at Sharjah 2 starts ago, backed up and was beaten by Swing Vote, who looks to be a potential favourite in tomorrow's Jebel Ali Mile. So that looks an okay form line. Coming back here to Meydan, hopefully see him get back to his winning ways like we saw 2 starts ago. Number 8, Never Show Weakness, looks the speed influence here in the race, and the way that the races have been panning out so far, he should get every possible up in front here for Tygo Shea. Here's Sifting Sands, Bhupat Seema trains, Patrick Cosgrave rides. He needs to improve. He comes up from 1400 back to 2000 metres. Number 10 is Al Jadaf. He's had plenty of runs this season, but continues to maintain some form. Connor Beasley stays on board for Ahmed bin Hamash. La Resh is the 11, Oscar Chavez from Musaba Al Mahiri. Last start, 3rd in behind Kabir Khan. That looks good form for this as he contests a similar race. So that's our runners for race number 5 here, and they make their way through the tunnel and out to the 2,000 metre mark for our 5th event on the card.
Bhupat Seema joins me, obviously has Never Show Weakness here, but has kicked off with a winner earlier on with a nice newcomer, and I feel like you've had a few nice young horses for different connections this year.
Yeah, it's been, we're lucky to get people behind us who wants us to get young horses. And, we got some good ones. I went to America and bought 2. They both have won.
Were they the same ones that Paul Ebbs who looks after both of them, or are they different?
There are a few other people involved in that as well, but yes, he does look after them. And bought 2 from Fraser Tipton. They both, one won the Guineas and the other one won first time out. So
not bad.
It's not a bad problem to have.
And what might this horse do next, the winner earlier on?
Yeah, well, that's the problem, because he won at 7 furlongs. 2 weeks is Albastikia. It's a little not enough time, but then, they're only 3-year-olds once in their life, and we bought them for the Guineas and the Derby and that route. So might have to speak to connections and probably maybe go that way.
Okay, interesting. Obviously a nice performance on debut. Never Show Weakness has rattled up a bit of a sequence so far. I guess the plan would be to keep it simple here and go.
Yeah, that's well, he's drawn 1, so we won't have too many choices, I guess. But then I think there is another horse that always goes forward. So Tig's very smart. If they're going very hard, he'll just sit off them, and otherwise you go and sit up there and see what happens.
This is obviously seems his distance off the back of last time, but Tig said he's even he's got, even at this distance, he's got plenty of stamina.
Yeah, seems like it. He's out of a Galileo mare. And he's only a very little horse. He's a very, very small horse. So, I was even surprised, not in his performance, but I was surprised that a little horse can win, 2 races in a row.
Yeah. Okay, good luck. Looking forward to seeing him.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Best turned out time then ahead of race number 5, and it's gone to this horse in shot. Well done to Al Jadaf, and the winning groom is Alam Ubaid. Well done to Alam. We'll see him in the flesh soon enough. There he is in front of us. He's having his photo taken next to Ziad Al Hawat, who has perfected the best turnout handshake, as you can see. A firm but not overly firm grip. Oh, and they've mixed it up, and I love that. That's just textbook stuff. Really nice to see. Thanks to Zabil Feed for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award. And 650 dirham to Alam Ubaid, Al Jadaf's winning groom. All right, let's have a quick look at these before race time. We've got a couple of minutes before it. We've caught up well. And this is Never Show Weakness, who has been a really classy animal so far for connections. He has had a few goes this season, was second in November before kicking on to win his maiden, and then last time he took him apart over 2,000 metres. As Bupat says, he's drawn 1 here, so he's going to have to, probably going to want to get out and get handy. The other one who might not be too far away possibly is Sanad Libya, or I thought he was possibly the one, but I don't think he's got quite the pace of Never Show Weakness, but we'll see. The likes of Go Soldier Go and Ajus Fiscal tend to be pretty patiently ridden. Could be Aldous Huxley, who gets a handy ride under Makar Barcelona. That tends to be how they are ridden. Al Jadaf could be one on the speed, but I do think Never Show Weakness is the likeliest leader, and it's a fast enough track. There is Al Jadaf. Incidentally, Street Mood now the mount of Sandro Pava, because Bernardo stood down from racing. But this is Al Jadaf. He's been largely consistent this year, including a win back in December. Since then he's found, well, Atletico El Colano came from off it to win a couple of starts ago. That seemed a bit far for him. He ran well when last seen, but that was maybe a bit deep for him. And it was off the back of a tough race. He's had a little bit more of a break here. 3 weeks. Sanad Libya knows how to win. He wasn't too far behind Franz Strauss a couple of starts ago. That was back in February, at the back end of last year. It's his first go of the season, 342 days off the track. Andrew Slattery on board, key part of the team at home. Ajus Fiscal, Jose de Silva, Julio Losquaga. If they go hard, that'll really suit this horse. 2,000 metres, I think, will suit, based on what we saw with Nose win of Meydan Dubai, which, as Pat pointed out in our preview, is a good bit of form. So the distance, I think, will suit. It was sharp enough at Sharjah last time, and the race won by Street Mood. And it would be nice to see Julio and the team, Jose de Silva, with another winner out here, having tasted success a couple of times at the Dubai Racing Carnival so far. And that is just confirming that Street Mood is now got Sandro Pava on board. There he is. He is a horse that does like to come from off it. He had some nice performances coming through horses on the dirt in the past. We'll see how he fares here. Up in trip, I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. Go Soldier Go is down the weights now. He's been rated 105 before. He's, as they said, just taken a bit of time to get over his trip to America. I can see why they went there. A couple of seasons ago, or his 3-year-old season out here was impressive. Now off the mark of 97, he might be able to capitalise off the drop in the ratings. He's drawn 11, but he tends to be ridden pretty cold, so that's no bad thing. See our fireworks going off locally, as always happens about this time. La Reche is also in the field. There he is. He's got the rug on, which will be attached to the stalls and come off when he exits. That's just that they don't feel it going into the stalls. Again, he's one that's looking well treated. I thought he was going to kick on a couple of years ago. It didn't happen, or in his 3-year-old year, but he is capable. So, loading process is underway. Not the biggest field, but a trappy little contest, and Pat will call him home.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, an interesting race, this one here. As you saw before, I did side with Augusta Fiscal. The way the race has been playing so far over the shorter trips, maybe these leading horses will have an advantage, and that probably goes a little against a Horster Fiscal, but over 2,000 metres, we may see that sort of, I guess, leader's advantage balance out here a little bit more. So runners have loaded forward, including Simjang Guigadong for Moon Siyoung, who's made his way over from Seoul this evening here to partner this runner. So a nice little hit-run mission from Korea to ride the Korean Raider here, who's hoping to improve on that previous performance. Aldous Huxley loads away along with Go Soldier Go. So 2,000 metres the journey, and we are set to run. And we are racing. Everything got a fair start here. Sifting Stands, one of the first to show. Al Jadaf comes back under Connor Beasley here in the early stages and cruises up into at least the first half of the field. Simjang Guigadong's going to make his way across here at the post and will contest for the lead with Never Show Weakness, Aldous Huxley. They were followed by La Resh, Sifting Sands. Then came Senard Libya. Out in the running line is Al Jadaf, happy to race wide also. Street Mood was next from Go Soldier Go, and a Horster Fiscal back to the rear as he likes to do. 14.36, 25.35 here, the early sections, as the Korean makes his way onto the back section, leading the field here. Simjang Guigadong out by 3 parts. Aldous Huxley second. Never Show Weakness, obliged to sit in behind the leader, but happy to take the cover for now is Tygo Shea. 3 wide and moving up to the lead here is Sifting Sands, but having to do a fair bit of work here out in the cheap seats. Senard Libya was next from La Resh. A length back to Al Jadaf, has been wide the trip. Street Mood sticks to the inside with Go Soldier Go, and a Horster Fiscal is the whipper-innerer. So at the 900 metre mark, he's been ridden in reverse here this afternoon, and they're trying something new. Moon Siyoung leading the way here on Simjang Guigadong, but he rolls off the fence here, and Never Show Weakness decides to slide through once again, travelling the better at this point in time. He's still going okay here, Simjang Guigadong in second. Third, Aldous Huxley. Fourth on the running there was Senard Libya, being pressed along here by Andrew Slattery. Al Jadaf fifth. Go Soldier Go next from La Resh. A Horster Fiscal starts to make a run here from the back. Now third to last from Street Mood, and Sifting Sands drops out of it as Never Show Weakness puts up 4 lengths of them very, very quickly. Didn't corner too well, but comes back and balances up. Comes back underneath Tygo Shea, and he's 5 lengths clear here now of Go Soldier Go. Senard Libya, Simjang Guigadong running back through the field now. He's thrown up the white flag as Never Show Weakness gets further and further in front. Never Show Weakness, a nice horse on the rise, and that is 3 on the bounce. The picket fence continues. Never Show Weakness in a hand canter. 6 lengths on the line. Go Soldier Go second. Senard Libya's run well into third. Fourth across La Resh from a Horster Fiscal. Simjang Guigadong dropped away to 6th, followed by Aldous Huxley. Then came Street Mood, Al Jadaf, the second last horse, and the last one home in the run was Sifting Sands. He threw up the white flag with about 400 to go. Never Show Weakness. Nice horse, this one. And we saw a bit of versatility tonight as well. Wouldn't say he was ridden out the back and ran on, but he didn't find the front, and it didn't seem to concern him too much there through the middle stages. He was able to get a little bit of a breather there in behind the Korean runner in Simjang Guigadong, who unfortunately just got a little bit tired, and I don't think it was any fault of Moon Siyoung. The horse labouring rolled off a lane, and as a result, well, the horse travelling the better was able to slide back through. Didn't go around a horse the entire way, did Never Show Weakness, and that is a nice win. Tygo Shea picks up another one on the program with Bupat Sima.
Yeah, Tygo Shea's got that absolutely spot on, and the trainer said beforehand, you know, there is other pace on, and Tygo know what to do, and he did know what to do. And one thing I thought he did that was really smart, Tygo, was, you know, he was happy to take the horse back, but he never gave the rider of Simjang Guigadong the ideal or the easy opportunity to go and close the gap on the rail. He probably could have done, he probably should have done in the end, but Tygo always just kept the horse's nose in there. Just let him know that he was there, and it meant there was always a gap there, and by the time we turned in, he just nipped up and went up there. As Pat said in commentary, he did it. Did he change leads at the right time here? He didn't corner ideally, but this was it, away and gone. He's really interesting, this horse, as to what he can go on and do, how high he can rate, because he's tanked through 3 races now, and it's not easy on the dirt to consistently back up like this. You know, you see a horse sometimes win easily on the dirt and they come out and disappoint because they've had a harder race than it looks, but I don't know, it's hard to say he's had a hard race there. Better from Go Soldier Go. The track is riding pretty quick, that won't necessarily have suited him. Let's see the time, because I didn't think they went that quick early there, so I don't think it'll be a crazy good time. It's not in comparison. So it's just under 3 seconds outside of the record, which is slower compared to the other dirt times we've seen tonight. But this is a smart performance from a smart and exciting young horse. Never show weakness.
Numbers in the Jebel Ali free zone. The Jafsa presented by DP World over the 2,000 metres. 8:6.5.11. Never show weakness. Our winner 2:04.57 winners time. 5 1/4 by 2 1/4 lengths. 8:6.5.11. Our numbers race number 5.
Here he comes back into the winner's enclosure. The Mrs. Fitri Hay owned, Bupat Seamar trained, Tiger Shea ridden, never show weakness.
I rode him every yesterday.
Tiger Shea, a double on the night. I reckon he's got a future out here. Well done, Tig. It was an interesting race to watch because obviously, you know, you got your horse up there on the rail and then you were happy to let the other horse, South Korean horse, go to the lead, but you always kept your nose in there.
Yeah, I just kept my nose in there just so the door wouldn't close. You know, it's he's still quite relatively unexposed on the dirt, and look, he's very straightforward. I didn't mind if he led or sat box seat, and you know, he stayed off. The horse making a running stayed off the rail, so I kept my nose in there just to keep the door open. But no, he's quietly surprising us, this horse, because I promise you, he only goes through the motions at home. But great for his owner, Dr. Hay and Fitri. They're big supporters of the game and put a lot of investment into it. So yeah, look, as I said, I'm not going to stand here and tell you we knew he'd do that. You know, he's He's steadily improving, loves the dirt, strange pedigree for it, but we'll take him in all shapes or sizes.
And he doesn't look like he's had a hard race, and you might look back and say, you know, he had it easy in the end, but he sort of makes it look easy, if you know what I mean, and that's the quality he has.
After winning a mile maiden on him here, I actually told Dr. Hay that he feels to me like he's a 1.5 mile horse, and that's not insulting him, but you know, his last furlong is normally his best. So yeah, look, as I said, he's catching us all by surprise, but it's great he's still on the up.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given here in the JAFSA presented by DP World over the 2,000 metres. 8:65.11. Correct weight, never show weakness, stops the clock in 2:04.57. Official margins 5 1/4 by 2 1/4 lengths. 8:65.11. Correct weight, race 5.
Right, it's presentation time for race number 5, Jebel Ali Free Zone, presented by DP World, that handicap. To make the presentation, welcome to the stage Hamad Al Sayek, who's the Vice President of Customer Care at Jebel Ali Free Zone. Thank you very much, Hamad. And he'll be presenting the award on behalf of the winning owners. And of course, it's worth pointing out they've got a horse in the next, so fingers crossed for them. But making his way to the stage, please put your hands together for Rob Cole. Bupat Seymour alongside, double on the night, and this horse is just quietly progressing into a very nice horse. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, he's a lovely little horse with a big heart. You know, he's very unassuming. You know, when you look at him in the morning, he's nothing much to look at. But yeah, the further he goes, the better he gets. And Tig knows him really well and gave him a good ride.
Get one more big win into him, he'll be a World Cup horse.
Well, if that happens, that'll be brilliant. That'll be amazing. I was speaking to the owners, Dr. Jim Hay and Ms. Fitri Hay. And you know they're back on the 19th, so it was a bit of a pity they're not here today. You know, he's won 3 in a row now, but they were here for his first one. And yeah, let's you know, we're going to go and try our hand at the big one.
Where are you going to go next then? You're going to go to Super Saturday?
I guess we'll have to go to Super Saturday. I know that it's on the 2nd, and probably I would like a little bit more time.
Yeah. But between now and then?
Between now and Super Saturday, ideally I would like a month probably, or 5 weeks, but because he's not a very robust horse, you know. He's probably going to lose some weight, but he's taking us there, so why not enjoy the journey?
So this is it. I mean, I was half joking, but he's going to be rated well over 100 now. Like I guess, what is he, a 4-year-old? Why not? That's where he's taking it.
Yeah, exactly. Look, we got nothing to lose, and you know the horse wants to go there, so you know why should we hold him back?
Just on the way he raced tonight, you said before the race there might be a bit of other pace on. You'd love how the race panned out, wouldn't you, and what Tig did and how he sort of orchestrated his position.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, Tig is one of the best jockeys around, you know. We were drawn 1, so our hand was forced. We had to go kind of forward, and when the other horse wanted to take it from him, you know, he let him be there and took some kickback and sat behind him, and then, you know, he took over again.
Exciting.
Well, welcome back into the yard here for race number 6 on the program. It is our straight race for the evening, the Dubai Trophy, presented by DP World. First horse we look at is the one in Starlust. Very good second in behind Star of Mystery back on the 12th of January. Quite a solid form line across multiple runners in this race. Carries 58 kilos once again. Hector Crouch jumps on board, gets a much better draw over onto the more successful side of the course so far this year, over on the far side rail. Gets every possible here tonight to hopefully improve off that run and be in with a chance to win. Number 2, Myconian, comes through the same race there, beaten 6.5, running 5th on that occasion. Has only had the one run here at Meydan, so second start here, hopefully seeing some improvement, and also gets a much better gate draw coming over to the far side here, drawing gate 4. Ben Cohen rides for Amy Murphy. 4 is Shandigar for Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson, for Mr. Ahmed Galita Almeri. 3-year-old colt here by Churchill. Is a maiden coming into this. 7 starts for 4 minor placings. Second to Al Abed there in a maiden down the straight. This looks a lot tougher. Number 5, and arguably another one of our major winning hopes. It is Great Truth. William Buick rides here for Charlie Appleby. Draws the ace, and we'll get every possible over that side of the course here. 4th, beaten 4.75 by Star of Mystery coming out of that same race. This looks to be a horse that will have a fair bit of improvement, and looks the biggest contender here to Starlust in the race. One of the major hopes here. Rasas comes out of the 2,000 guineas, comes back to 1,200 metres and onto the turf here after being beaten a distance on that occasion. Haven't seen this horse yet on the turf, so it will be interesting to see how the horse translates over to the grass here. The 3-year-old colt by World of Trouble, having his 6th career start. Salvuccio is another one here coming through that Star of Mystery race there. Draws over on the far side here once again, much like a lot of these counterparts who were drawn to the near side in that first ever run down the straight here at Meydan. And hopefully Salvuccio can improve off that run here. Patrick Cosgrave rides once again here for George Bowie and Mrs. Susan Roy. Number 9 is Zulu Chief. We know can show speed at the best of times. Over the 1,000 metres at Group 2 level. Was in Star of Mystery's 2nd win, as well as the 1st also. One of the only horses in the race who has gone through both of those races here, as opposed to just one. Heather Main trains. David Egan will ride and draws midfield here to hopefully find a forward position once again. But over 6 furlongs, maybe a little bit exposed late in the race. Number 10, Frosted Dawn, another horse who can lead, albeit over middle distances. First time and first crack down the straight here at Meydan, so we'll see if he'll be able to find his usual forward spot here. May find it a little difficult. Number 3 is Bombay Bazaar, Tygo Shea for Bhupat Seema. Combination having a great evening so far. And he comes into this for his first start at Meydan, last seen at Ayr. Oceanor on board that day there, beaten 5 lengths, running 3rd in behind Beautiful Diamond. He's a bit of an unknown quantity here, Bombay Bazaar. We'll see how he fares here, but has had some nice performances overseas over the sprint trips, most namely over 1,000 metres though. And the last one will be 7 questions, who is yet to make his way out at this point in time. So we will wait to see the George Scott runner very shortly. He'll be partnered by Callum Shepherd, our final horse to have a look at for this 10-horse field, the Dubai Trophy presented by DP World. And last but not least, late into the yard, here is 7 Questions for Victorious and Fauzinas, trained by George Scott. Callum Shepherd to ride the 3-year-old son of Kodiak, who has been quite okay in recent times and should have to kick up there from that wide draw into a forward position. One horse that is certainly in with a chance here and hopefully has the form lines from last start to prove it is Starlust. Tom Stanley is joined by trainer Rafe Bennett.
Yeah, I am indeed. Rafe, great to have you here with a horse, and I suppose on form lines the case is pretty obvious, isn't it? How's he come out the last run?
Yeah, he's very consistent horse. Tom, you know, he dances every dance. I thought he needed a little bit more than he did last time, so he was a little rusty, but he still ran a really sound race, so he should have come on for that.
He's you know, taken you to a few places. Obviously ran well out in the States and ran well out here. Would you have a preference for a straight course for him off the back of the States? Not necessarily.
No. I mean, he's won on a straight track, so no, I don't think that makes any difference to him. He's very straightforward, really. So if they go a good clip, it should play out well for him.
And do you think he's an out-and-out 6-furlong horse, just with an eye to going back to the UK and what he might do after this?
Yeah, probably. I always felt that 5 was on the sharp side for him. I was sort of persuaded to send him to America for the Breeders' Cup, and that worked out really well, obviously. But I've always sort of felt he'd 6, and he's a laid-back individual. He might even get 7 one day. So, listen, we'll work out what happens next after today.
Good luck here.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks. Time for the best turnout award then, and it's gone to horse number 5, and that is Great Truth. Great Truth, the winning horse. That is 650 dirham, and it's being presented by Ziad Al Hawat. Well done to the winning groom, and he receives 650 dirham. That's Vishan Singh. And again, a Ziad handshake of the very top order. Our thanks to Zabil Feed, and well done to Vishan Singh. Good. Very good. Right, here we go. They are behind the stalls, down to our left. Pat's got the big binos out. Make no mistake about that, because they're going to be charging down the straight towards us. They have this year tended to congregate towards the far side. That's not what we've been used to out here over the years, but the track has levelled up a bit, and you tend to want to be middle to far side. That obviously puts the ball in the court of the likes of Great Truth, who's drawn 1, Starlust, who's drawn 2, Conian, who's drawn 4, is no bad thing. and all those others over there. Not that it's an out-and-out negative if you're drawn high. It's going to be difficult if you're off the speed and drawn high, or so it seems anyway. Not that it's the biggest field, of course. That said, the filly Star of Mystery, she's won a couple of races from off the speed, but I think she's a bit of an anomaly to the rule, because I think she's a bit of a rocket, to be honest. By and large, I don't think you want to be too far away, and middle to far side is where you tend to want to be. Starlust should be the one to beat off the back of the run last time. That said, Great Truth came out of that race too, and the international market would have you believe that he is entitled to come on for that run, because he's been pretty well supported. He's a Dubawi out of an Australia mare, started his career over shorter, but back over 1200 now. His pedigree doesn't scream sprint, but he's clearly good over it. That is Starlust, the Zeus Star horse, who has danced some of the top dances in the UK, in America, and last time ran really well, where he may well take a step forward for it, as Rafe Beckett indicated in our interview. So that is Starlust. Behind the likes of Big Evs, behind the likes of Van Dijk at the back end of last year in the Middle Park. That's just really good form, bringing that's the best of the juvenile form we have on offer here. But Great Truth has come a slightly different route, quieter company. He ran in the race won by City of Troy, the Superlative. It's hard to remember all these race names from the middle of last year. And he might have bitten his tongue by the looks of things. Anyway, he is going to come out of stall number 1, and he ran pretty well, I thought, last time, back in distance. See how he goes over the 1200, because it's quite a sharp 1200 here. He was no match for the stable companion Star of Mystery, but nothing was last time. William Buick on board. Maconian is in there. Great to have Amy Murphy with the horse out here. Ben Cohn taking the ride. Was behind Star of Mystery also last time. Had some good form in France prior to that. Also a mention for 7 Questions, who doesn't spend too long in the paddock. The first time he was saddled out here a couple of starts ago on the 12th of January, he had to be saddled behind closed doors because he just tends to get a little bit free. He travelled really well in the race over 1200. And then last time I thought 1000 would suit, and it kind of didn't. So I'm not surprised they're going back to this distance. So too Zulu Chief, who's out here for Heather Main. David Egan on board his rapid horse. I think the best of him is probably just to get out and go, as was the case when he won at York in fine style. So, we're inside 2 minutes to post time for this 8:25 p.m. contest. And the loading process will be starting shortly. There is Zulu Chief in the foreground going round. Interested that Frost at Dawn is having another go over on the turf. She tried it last time. She had a good form with Manama Gold. Certainly that first go out here. Subsequent to that, she had a horrible trip. It didn't work out. Jim Crowley's back on board off the back of the run on turf last time. But frustrating, they bumped into Manama Gold really on debut out here, because otherwise she'd have probably won. Right, Great Truth is going forward into stall number 1. Starlust will go into stall number 2, and I think the international market, Pat, would have it between them.
Certainly would, Tom. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's an interesting one. Great Truth. We know how good the Buick and Appleby combination have been so far this season. A light night of rides as well for William Buick. We know he'll partner a couple of runners tomorrow at Jebel Ali as well. Most notably swing vote for Simon and Ed Crisford in the Jebel Ali Mile. And he partners a couple for Godolphin here in the later races on the program, including Rule and Dynasty in the next as well. As you said before, Tom, that market internationally would make you believe that Great Truth has had the better lead-up performance. The market usually doesn't lie. But Starlust, very, very close in behind Star of Mystery last time out to the races, coming off that third in the Grade 1 at Santa Anita. So has got some nice form on the board, and all positive reports there from Rafe Beckett before the runners made their way down the straight to the start line. As David Egan makes his way up here on Zulu Chief. And we will almost be set for a start here. At the 1200 metres, the Dubai Trophy presented by DP World. Away. Starlust caught it well. Great Truth wasn't too shabby away. We'll get on the back of Starlust early. Ra Sass working forward. Zulu Chief into his forward spot. Being tracked by Frosted Dawn, Myconian. Now Great Truth about to 5th position. 7 Questions edging closer here on the near side part of the course. Salvuccio was next from Chandigarh and Bombay Bazaar. So past the 800 they go, and it is Zulu Chief, rated well up in front here by David Egan, leading the way by a length. Ra Sass next as they make their way down the centre of the course. Starlust third, followed by Frosted Dawn in behind them. 5th was 7 Questions, followed there by Myconian. Then came Chandigarh, Salvuccio and Bombay Bazaar last. Zulu Chief continuing on with it at the moment here. Frosted Dawn second. Starlust starting to level up here. Great Truth now given his head by Buick and starting to come for the leaders here. It's Frosted Dawn who takes over. Starlust second. Great Truth still with a length and a half to pick up. Frosted Dawn still going at the moment. Starlust can't get there at the moment from Great Truth. It's Frosted Dawn under Jim Crowley though. Frosted Dawn trying to stave off Great Truth. Great Truth nabs him. Great Truth on the line. Great Truth a half head. Beats home Frosted Dawn. Good win. Beats home Starlust into third. 4th across Salvuccio from Chandigarh. Then came Ra Sass. Dropping away Bombay Bazaar. 7 Questions. Myconian and Zulu Chief. Found that little bit extra there in the final 100 metres, did Great Truth. And has edged out Frosted Dawn, who has made a very, very good go of it. And he's just got there on the line. Starlust has ended up running third, you'd say. But Great Truth has done it well there. Timed to perfection once again by William Buick, who has made a knack of it this season at just getting there at a nick of time. And the horse was prepared perfectly for this event. International market favourite gets the job done. Great Truth, the winner of race number 6.
Well, the Appleby team have taken out the turf sprints now, with Star and Misty winning a couple of them, and Great Truth now winning this Dubai Trophy, supported by DP World. Frosted Dawn has run an absolute cracker. That was much more like what she's capable of. You know, she, as a sprinter on the turf, has covered herself in loads of glory there. But it's heartbreak really, because she's just been run down late on. Starlust has he didn't get cover early on, and then he's fought back towards the line. You know, he sort of suggested there that maybe this test here over 1200 looked sharp enough there, although he was well out. And it looked like the plan of William Buick just to track him through the race. And he stays this distance very well too. Starlust didn't necessarily look to be over racing there. He was just on the outside of the group. But it's hard to make excuses for him, for all he has suddenly fought back towards the line. Frosted Dawn's got a nice bit of cover under Jim Crowley, ran an excellent race. I'm sad for Connections that she hasn't got ahead in front, because she's run really well. And obviously that's the best part of 45 grand to the winner, 210,000 dirham. And it's gone to Great Truth, who's just very lightly raced. It was interesting they put him away in the summer. He was 4 3/4 lengths behind stable companion Star of Mystery, who's come out and won since. That was the right form line, and he's put his head in front here. Great Truth beats Frosted Dawn, Starlust and Salvuccio, who's run a pretty good race over towards that far side again. That is where the race has developed, middle to far side. You can see Frosted Dawn starting to paddle and get a little bit tired. Starlust in the centre of them, and Great Truth on the right of shot, who just needs straightening up under William Buick. But he's very unexposed sprinter, this horse. He'll have a job to reverse form with his stable companion, but he'll probably go and try. Great Truth scores for Buick and Appleby.
And the numbers are 5, 10, 1 and 7 in the Dubai Trophy presented by DP World. Winner's time 109.44. Margins ahead by a short head, 5, 10, 1 and 7, race 6.
Back in the winners' enclosure, William Buick, Charlie Appleby and Team Godolphin combining with Great Truth. William Buick weighing in off the back of that success with Great Truth. Another sprint going to the yard, and well done. Obviously came out of the Star and Mystery race last time and seems to have bettered that performance.
Yeah, exactly. He probably needed that run slightly, and he showed there that he improved for it. And it's, you know, it was in many ways it was the similar sort of race. So with that run under his belt, for a lightly raced horse like he is, he just got a bit of race fitness and experience. So I was very pleased with him there. He probably is more of a 7 furlong horse than a 6 furlong horse. I hope he can improve from that.
Yeah, obviously his first couple of starts over 7, now the last 2 over 6. In that early part of the race, though, does he go through it fine over 6?
He does. He's quite a natural traveller. You know, he's just sort of when you see the 6 furlong horses, the last quarter mile, you know, they got more tall than him. But look, he knuckled down well. He showed a great attitude.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight given in race number 6, the Dubai Trophy presented by DP World, 5:10.17. Correct weight. Great Truth, your winner, 109.44. Margins ahead by a nose, 5:10.17. Correct weight, race 6.
Right, it's time for the presentation for race number 6, the Dubai Trophy. That's presented by DP World. And making the presentation, we will have coming to the stage the Senior Vice President of Commercial at DP World. Our thanks to him for presenting 3 awards tonight. That is Shahab Al-Jasmi. Thank you, Shahab. He'll be presenting the winning owner, the winning trainer and the winning jockey in that order. And first of all, collecting on behalf of Team Godolphin, they're regulars up here now. Please welcome to the stage Hamdan and Maktoum Sultan Sabusi. And now, thanks to Shahab for that, and Hamdan and Maktoum. Please welcome, on behalf of the winning trainer, Charlie Appleby, collecting Alex Ridgway. Another winning rider once again at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Put your hands together for William Ewing. Excellent carnival continues for Will. For Charlie Appleby as well, who's not with us tonight, but collecting on his behalf Alex Ridgway. And everyone will come back in together. Alex, Will, and Hamdan and Maktoum Sultan Sabusi. Thanks again to Shahab Al-Jasmi presenting the awards to the winners of the Dubai Trophy, presented by DP World. Great Truth. Right, it's time for Faces at the Races. Mark 3. You've got to smile for your chance to win. You can claim your cash prize from the Reward Centre at level 1, and you will take home 500 dirham. But who's it going to go to? We could give it to Alex Cole, but he's already collected an award tonight, so maybe he doesn't need 500 dirham. Maybe he does, I don't know. But we have found you. 500 dirham is yours. There you go. Give it to Alex, he'll look after it for you. You have won 500 dirham for that beautiful smile. Congratulations to you.
It's his favourite thing.
So welcome back to the parade ring here for race number 7. It is the Vizirabad Handicap presented by DP World over the 2400 metres. Let's head into the mounting yard for the 7th event and head to our first horse, Military March. Hector Crouch will ride for Saeed bin Saror, and Godolphin here spotting the red distinguishing cap. Last seen there in behind Uzo, beaten a distance, running 12th on that occasion in a 90 and up. He drops back to an 85 and up handicap here and up in distance to 2410 metres. But we'll need to improve on that last run to be figuring here. Number 2 is Global Heat. He's an 8-year-old gelding by Toronado. Connor Beasley will do the riding here for Saeed bin Saror. He gets an inside draw. Comes out of the race there in behind Siskiny. That was at listed level over 2,800 metres. He drops back in distance, unlike a lot of these who head up in trip. He's a 3-time winner with 13 placings to his name here as well. And hopefully we'll be able to improve there, coming down into more suitable company. Well, on paper, this son of Knight of Thunder looks the pick of the lot for the Godolphin 4, and that is Ruling Dynasty. Charlie Appleby trains. William Buick will do the riding. He pulled up with a slight lameness last start in his run in behind Dahabi. So hopefully with everything going to plan, he can bounce back here. William Buick jumps on board, and he's lightly raced. 2 wins and a second from his 5 starts to date, stepping out for his 6th start this evening, and he draws handy in 4. And number 4 is Scottish Anthem. Ardra de Vries will ride here for Simon Ned Crisford and Raba Racing. He's a 5-year-old gelding here, having the 2 wins and 6 minor placings. He also comes out of that race in behind Siskiny. Much like Global Heat, he drops in distance to the 2,410 metres here this evening. Number 5 is Al Nafir. Mikhail Barcelona will ride for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. Also coming out of that race in behind Dahabi there, he was 6th, beaten 4 lengths. Coming from back in the field, he made some good ground and caught the eye late in the race, and he strikes a similar race here this evening. Webinar's got the recent winning form on the board, having taken out his last start, a 65 to 90 over the same trip. He did it pretty tough there, just edging out a Hester Barrow. This looks a tougher task, but he should take plenty of confidence from that win. Another one in tonight here for the Hay family. Jim Crowley rides Tides of War here for David Simcock, 2-time winner from 18 starts, coming back in trip here after that run in behind Siskiny. Down the track on that occasion. This does look an easier contest though. And last but not least is Karaman. He comes into this for Nicholas Colery, owned by Fadai Karaman. Royston French will do the riding here for this horse, having his 12th start. He was in behind Webinar down the track on that occasion. The runs didn't come late when he would have hoped. Potentially one to put a line through here. This is a tougher race, but has been racing in group and listed company over in France before making his way here to the UAE. So hopefully he can find some of that form here this evening in his 2nd run in the UAE. That's our runners here for the 7th event, the Vizirabad Handicap presented by DP World.
Ed Crisford is alongside me with a horse who must have a fair chance here, Scottish Anthem. You would hope, off the back of, well, 2 pretty consistent efforts.
Yeah, there has been 2 consistent efforts. He ran really well the first day here, finished second, but he went up about £8. And so then we sort of ran him in a listed race over mile 6. And he ran well, but he's had 2 really bad draws, and therefore he's just had to be dropped out the back. And he's just been a little bit unlucky, you know, in the position of the race. So we've got a better draw today. It's a smaller field, and hopefully he can get a good position and run a good race.
Do you think this is his better trip, or do you think he's pretty versatile over whatever?
I think he's pretty versatile. I mean, we were pretty keen to step him up when he came to us, and you know, just do something a little bit different, and it showed that he definitely stays. I think this will be a good trip for him, but yeah, we'll see how he goes.
He's got that red hood on, but he's pretty straightforward, is he?
Yeah, he always gets a little bit excited just going out, but once he's out and moving, he's pretty cool.
Who doesn't? There you go. Cheers, Ed. Well
Cheers,
done.
Tom.
All right, time for our best turned out award. And it's gone to number 8. Karaman, well done to him. Well done to Madhu Singh, the winning groom, who takes home 650 dirham. And that is being presented by Ragesh Putalat, the assistant finance manager at Zabil Feed. Our thanks to Ragesh for handing out the award. And he can shake the winning groom's hand. Look at that. It's like he's been doing it all his life. Beautiful to see. Thank you to Ragesh. Well done to the winning groom. And our thanks as ever to Zabil Feed. Okay, let's have a closer look at these. Ruling Dynasty is off the back of a disappointing run last time where he came back lame. Mildly lame, I believe. Obviously, he's back out after 49 days, but just needed a bit of time to get over that. He was a man to Makar Barcelona on that day, but William Buick couldn't ride. But he's on board now, and he'd have a live chance, you would imagine, based upon his profile coming into this, where he was tried over a bit further at Ascot. That didn't work out. Prior to that, he was in good winning form. He handles quick ground. Knight of Thunder is an excellent side, doing well with horses over a variety of trips, but actually increasingly over distances. For all, he was a miler. And Ruling Dynasty must have a leading chance. So too Scottish Anthem in the Rabbit Racing colours, based on his 2 runs this year. He was up against it at the weights last time, up into listed company, but he still ran well. But behind Dahabi last time, that's probably the best bit of form going. He's had the red hood off now. He's got Adri on board, and he must have a good chance. And Al Nafir lines up for Makar Barcelona and Charlie Appy. Also out that Dahabi race last time, pretty well held when the man to Richie Mullen. He's been eased a couple of pounds. You wouldn't want to rule him out, though. Webinar is a course and distance winner. That came last time when the yard talked to him as a horse who they thought would be even better than his mark of 90 and now 94. But that was more like it last time, up in distance, where he saw it out well, this Dubawi, another Dubawi in the field. And now he's got the winning groove. Maybe he'll kick on to another one. But this is a tougher race than last time. And there's Global Heat for Saib bin Surur and Connor Beasley. Well held in the race won by Siskani last time, which Scottish Anthem also came out of. Okay. Loading process is underway for the Vazirabad handicap. Vazirabad, who won a Dubai Gold Cup. and was a great horse to have out here in multiple seasons. This handicap named in his honour. Here's Pat.
Thank you, Tom. A couple more to load forward, 4 to be exact. It's a bit more than a couple. Scottish Anthem coming up into line. He's an interesting one. He made a stack of ground up last time out. Whether they decide to put him a little bit more further into the race here, just give him a little less of a task in the late stages, provided the pace is slack enough for him here. Be interesting to see where he finds himself in the map. Adrian de Vries already with a winner this evening. As Military March loads up and we are set to go in the Vizurabat handicap presented by DP World Racing. Webinar leapt up in the air. He's missed it a shade, but shouldn't be too much of a concern. Beelines over to the rail and heads in behind Tides of War. So as they make their way down the back section past the 2200 metre mark, it is Al Nafir the leader. Military March burning across. Tides of War is going to let Al Nafir come across to the fence, and he'll take the spot back, one back on the inside, followed by Ruling Dynasty. Then came Global Heat. Scottish Anthem now third to last. Webinar tacks on to the back. He's second to last with Karaman. So 1900 metres left to go, 15.13, 26.71 the early sectionals. It's Al Nafir the leader, 2.5 lengths on Military March. A length back sees Tides of War on the running rail. In the 1-1 at the moment, Ruling Dynasty travelling along well, head dropped. From Global Heat, Scottish Anthem, Webinar and Karaman still last. There'll be 12 lengths top to tail as Al Nafir rolls them along at OK sectionals. The next couple have seemed to be pretty genuine here, and Mikhail Barcelona continues to roll here on Al Nafir. The margin now 5 lengths, leading the way from Military March. Tides of War third. Ruling Dynasty is happy to sit in behind Military March here at the moment in fourth as Al Nafir continues to roll. Global Heat next from Scottish Anthem. He'd spot the lead 10 lengths. The second to last was Webinar, and the last one Karaman. So the margin up in front now around 7 to 8 lengths as Al Nafir continues to press on. As they make their way off the back section, well, Al Nafir makes his way off the back section. The rest only start to turn now. Tides of War second, Military March third, Ruling Dynasty fourth, getting passed on the inside by Global Heat, and then came Scottish Anthem from Webinar and Karaman. So the margin back to about 6 or 7 lengths here as Al Nafir still rolling up in front here, and underneath Mikhail Barcelona at the moment, yet to be really felt for. Military March, can't say the same for him. He's being scrubbed along to try and chase the leader. Next was Tides of War. Ruling Dynasty peeled out now by Buick and starts to make a run at this leader from Webinar up on the inside. Scottish Anthem, Global Heat, Karaman hasn't passed a horse the entire way. Al Nafir starting to get on tired legs now here. Here comes Ruling Dynasty starting his run. Scottish Anthem trying to pick up and put him down late as well with Webinar. Ruling Dynasty in a couple of strides picks up Al Nafir. Ruling Dynasty draws away. It's a double for Buick, and he's going to be eased down at the line. Ruling Dynasty wins by 2.5. Al Nafir second, Photo third, Scottish Anthem maybe just over Webinar. Karaman got going late to run fifth, followed by Global Heat. Tides of War. Military March got the stitch at the 4. It was a very confident ride there on Ruling Dynasty. He was fully aware of where Al Nafir was the entire time and did not panic, and well, he was able to really reel in that leader there off a pretty genuine tempo set there by Mikhail Barcelona. And he goes on to record a very, very nice win. Charlie Appleby goes 1 and 2, Godolphin go 1 and 2, and Ruling Dynasty gets a very well-deserved victory here in the 7th.
Yes, it was all pretty straightforward for Ruling Dynasty, who obviously gave the stable companion a bit of a head start. Al Nafir went along, not a crazy pace on the time, but it was a solid gallop, and it didn't really relent. But at this point, Ruling Dynasty starts to get well on top, and the closers came. Scottish Anthem he's run another good race, but yeah, these Godolphin horses are often lightly raced and well treated when they come out here, and so it has proved multiple times, and again this evening. Adrian de Vries seemed to do the right thing in tracking Al Nafir through much of the race and keeping tabs on him, but at this point he just couldn't match the kick of the horse. You know, a strong travelling horse with a turn of foot is often well served out here, and that's what Ruling Dynasty seems to be. Scottish Anthem he's run really well, but he still hasn't quite run down Al Nafir. who did get an easy out on the front end, or he was on his own out on the front end, so there was nothing in making him go faster than he wanted per se. And when you go the way he's shaped there, again, you might think they'll try a bit further in time, but it's just difficult, you know, against two well-treated Godolphin horses, or certainly one who's put that performance behind him, Ruling Dynasty, last time where he came back a little bit lame. Tides of War is probably a horse who does want to return to a little bit further. Webinar has run very well again over this course and distance, but this was tougher on paper. And a Ruling Dynasty is back in the winner's enclosure. Disappointing last time, we're not quite right, but this much more like it.
Winning horse returns to scale in the Vizurabad Handicap, presented by DP World over the 2,410 metres. Numbers 3, 5, 4 and 6. It's a double on the evening for Buick and Appleby. Ruling Dynasty the winner, 227.65. Margins 2 3/4 by 2 1/4 lengths. 3, 5, 4 and 6 the numbers here in race 7.
William Buick, Charlie Appleby and Team Godolphin at the quick fire double, having won the Vizurabad Handicap with Ruling Dynasty.
Not yet, not yet.
William Buick in the winner's enclosure, weighing in off the back of success at the Dubai Racing Carnival again, this time with Ruling Dynasty. And Will Al-Nafir had obviously got a little away from them, but your horse seemed to pick him up pretty comfortably in the end. Take you through the race.
Yeah, he did. You know, Charlie decided to put some blinkers on him just to keep him focused, and it worked today. You know, he's a pretty smart horse on his day, and obviously he came on for the run here the last day. So, when Al-Nafir was going clear down the back, I didn't think he would stop. So, you know, but I picked him up well, and hopefully he can progress from here.
What sort of horse? Obviously, he's pretty lightly raced. He's tried further at Ascot. What sort of horse does he give you the feel of going forward?
Well, I think he's a mile and a half horse. You know, that's his distance, and you know, I see him as a hopefully a decent handicapper, and see whether he can bring any of this form back to the UK.
Cheers, Will. Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in the Vizirabat handicap presented by DP World, 3.546. Ruling Dynasty, your winner. Correct weight, 2:27.65 winners time. Margins 2 3/4 by 2 1/4 lengths. 3.546. Correct weight, race 7.
It's presentation time for the Vizirabat handicap presented by DP World, and it's been won by Ruling Dynasty very comfortably. And to make the presentation for the Vizirabat handicap, please welcome to the stage Khalid Al Ali, the Vice President Commercial, DP World. Khalid, thank you. He'll be presenting the trophy. Beautiful trophy it is too. On behalf of the winning owners, Team Godolphin, please welcome to the stage Sophie Chrétien. Welcome out to the saddling area, where we're going to have a closer look at some of these horses. The saddling area is where Connections saddle the horses, and it's a lovely area for them to do it in as well. Loads of space out here, nice to keep them away from the front of the grandstand. Nice and relaxed out here, nice and quiet. This is number 1, it's Meshakel. Royston French, Salim Bin Ghadai will combine, one of 3 Salim Bin Ghadai runners. He is capable of getting on the speed, but he has drawn 5. He's got pace to his inner, including Desert Safari, who we'll come to. But on a going day, he is capable. It just hasn't been a going day for a little bit. That's why he's down to a mark of 90. Number 2 is Silent Speech. Behind him, another Salim Bin Ghadai runner for Javier Gianni, who is a Dubawi in the field. This is probably distance-wise, well, look, he's quick enough for it, but he has got form over a little bit further. Again, off a mark of 89 because he's not had the best sort of last season and a half. But 3 weeks ago, he was back on the turf. Switching to the dirt is going to be probably a plus, but he does handle the turf. 3 is Mr. Cafu, the grey. He's upwardly mobile. He's won his last 2. Connor Beasley on board for both, for Ahmed bin Hamash. Beat Nayar, who came out and ran second, didn't do the form any harm, and then beat Majer last time in a similar sort of fashion. He isn't best drawn in the sense that he's drawn 7, but that hasn't always stopped him in the past. But there is a bit of pace on his inside, and he might be caught wider than ideal. So that's Connor Beasley. That gives Connor Beasley something to think about in the run. But he's in good form, and that's a big plus. Number 4 is Desert Safari. We'll just slowly make our way out as they start to exit. Desert Safari, I think, is a pace angle. He's a Slade power horse who has got speed, and he'll look to use that to good effect. Number 5 is Al Arbed. He'll come out of stall number 1. He's up to a mark of 84 off the back of 2 good recent runs, including 1 on the turf. That was Many a Star going out. He's yet to prove himself on this surface, but did run really well from the front here last time. And number 9 is Shanghai City. He has got pace as well, but he's well, he ran well 2 starts ago. I forgot about that run, but he's been kept on the go a little bit. So it's the 4th go in pretty quick succession. So we'll see how he goes off the back of that. There they are, heading down the tunnel. Incidentally, Al Muzan, Border Edge, number 7, maybe a little late out.
So welcome back here. We're on our way to the parade ring for race number 8. It is our penultimate event of the evening. First horse we have a look at is Meshakel. Royston French will ride for Salim Bin Ghadai. 17 starts for the 2 wins and 7 minor placings. Down the track last time out in behind the Great Collection. Draws okay in 5. Maybe finds himself in the first couple, but will need to be good to find himself in the finish here, despite the fact that he does go down in company off his recent racing. Number 2 is his stablemate in Silent Speech. Javier Gianni will do the riding for Salim Bin Ghadai, 5-year-old gelding by Dubawi. Again, down the track in behind Mysterious Night. That was in a tougher race, and he does step back from 1,400 metres back to 1,200 here, and back onto the dirt at Meydan. Would need to improve off that last run there at Meydan on the turf. Here's our international market favourite, a winner of his last 2, Mr. Carfu, the 5-year-old gelding by Frosted. As we mentioned in the preview earlier on, it seems that the penny has now dropped here with this runner. He was very impressive, staving off Mojaya last time out to the races. in a 70 to 90, coming off the back there of a nice maiden win over Naya. He was able to continue on that winning form, and he'll look to do that here this evening in a very similar race. Has drawn in gate number 7 here off a rating of 88. Number 4 is Desert Safari, the third and final runner in this race here for Salim bin Gudaya. He is here for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, and he's a 7-year-old gelding here by Slade Power. Was very good behind Mai Dabawi last time to the races. That was over 1,400 metres. He drops back in distance here today, but he hit the line well and could go well here this afternoon. He's definitely among the hopes. Number 5, El Arbed, Sandro Paiva will replace Bernardo Pinheiro here on board this runner in the 8th event. Beaten ahead by La Bas last time to the races. We'll see La Bas going around to Jebel Ali tomorrow in one of our feature events. He was beaten a slender margin there on that occasion, over 1,000 metres. He heads back to Meydan. He was a winner here last time to the races. That was on the turf though. He will have to try and back that performance there up on the dirt here this evening. Well, many a star made his way to the dirt last time out and certainly held his own there against Mr. Carfu, who he faces this evening. He found the lead out of gate number 1 and unfortunately knocked up to be beaten 6.5 lengths. Safi Osborne jumps on board here for Jamie Osborne, for Jim and Claire Limited and Partner, having his 33rd start this evening. Number 8 is our next horse, Al Muzan, the 4-year-old gelding by Oasis Dream. Oscar Chavez for Salman Al Sabri. 9 starts for a win and 3 thirds. He was racing at Jebel Ali his last 3 starts. 2 of those have been in the top 3 on those occasions. Oscar Chavez jumps on board for the 10th start. Number 9 is Shanagai City. He won't be joined by his stablemate Hayu Alarab here this evening in this event. He's the only entry here now for the team. Jules Mobian will ride for Rashid Borsley, the 8-year-old entire by Shanghai Bobby. He was a Jebel Ali winner 2 starts ago and backed that up there with a nice performance going up in behind La Bas and also Al Arbed, who he faces here once again. We'll see how he fares here at Meydan this evening. It's his first run on the dirt here at Meydan this season. So that's our runners in the mounting yard. We do still have to have a look at Border Edge. Border Edge will be making his way out and not parading in the yard. So we'll have a look at Border Edge once he comes onto screen very shortly.
Jamie Osborne is alongside me. He's had success at Dubai Racing Carnival already, and he rolled the dice on the dirt with this guy, and he ran really well last time.
He did, yeah, so we're coming back second time on the dirt. I don't think he got the perfect trip through the race in his last race, and he ran pretty respectably. Obviously, we're hoping that second time on the dirt, slightly different setup, he could turn it around with Mr. Cafu. Probably got it to do, but he's £7 better off. I think Mr. Cafu got the run of the race on that day. There's not just him to beat, obviously. But
yeah, well, I think it's worth having another go, isn't it? Do you think that'll be it when you not go back on the turf, or we can mix it up?
no, he can mix it up. He could go back on the turf. Yeah, look, we brought him here for a bit of fun. Always in the back of my mind, I thought there was a chance he would go on dirt. We tried it, it was adequate, so we'll try it again.
Just some of the others. Uzo, previous winner out here, plan?
Uzo runs in the Lord Glitters next week, next Friday.
And Emirati Anna?
Emirati goes to Qatar next Saturday.
I should know that, I'm there.
See you there.
Yeah.
And then Sean will go to the Singspills Stakes on the 23rd, and Solid Stone will wait for the Dubai City of Gold on Super Saturday.
You've answered all my questions brilliantly. It's like you knew what was coming.
Thank you.
Unpredictable. Thank you.
And last but not least, it is Border Edge, who we'll have a look at here. Tygo Shea for Bupat Seema. Last start winner there in 60 to 80 company. Steps up slightly in class here, and hopefully can continue on the winning strike rate here. Looks another one of the winning hopes here for the 8th event. Border Edge makes his way around to the gates with the rest of them. We're not too far away from a start.
It's time for the Best Turned Out Award, and it's gone to Al Muzan. Well done to Mahendra Singh, who is responsible for the horse looking so well. He's over the far side. And here is Mahendra Singh. Ragesh is back for more. And another firm and exceptionally long handshake for Mahendra Singh, who takes home 650 dirham, being presented by Zabil Feed. Our thanks to them, to Ragesh, and well done to Mahendra Singh. Right, let's have a closer look at these horses. I remember an incident on Best Turned Out where the presenter was left hanging once, and thankfully we haven't had another one of those incidents, because it was one of my most awkward on a race course. But they've all gone swimmingly so far this season. This is the DP World Logistics GCC Handicap, presented by DP World, of course. We've talked about Many a Star of Jamie Osborne. Safi Osborne is on board, replacing Adrian de Vries, who was on for the last couple of starts. And the conundrum, I suppose, for Many a Star is that he was well drawn to attack last time. He's drawn 8 here. He might have to face a bit of kickback. There should be pace on. We'll see what Safi Osborne does. Out of 8. But I think Desert Safari will go forward. And we can have a closer look at some of these soon enough, I'm sure. As we've got 2 minutes to go to post time. There they are. That's number 4. Desert Safari, who I think will go forward out of 3. And Mikhail Barcelona and Salah Bin Ghadai are combining. Mikhail obviously chosen this horse. He's drawn the lowest of the 3 horses, and I was making the point earlier to Pat that Desert Safari should be able to get out, and Silent Speech and Meshakar will sit just outside, and that's giving them all their respective best chances of scoring, and in turn they won't want to let Mr. Cafu out of 7 get in. Border Edge we haven't touched on much. He won on his first start of the season last time, first start off the back of a big old absence. That was over 1400. I don't think 1200 will be a problem based on the speed he showed on that occasion under Andy Slattery, but stall 9 may not make life easy. There's Mr. Cafu, number 3 in the foreground. There he is, beautiful, I love a grey. He's a Frosted, who was grey himself, of course. Got a proper dirt pedigree, and has been one of the stars this season for the yard, just on the 2 races he's won. He's progressed really nicely. The maiden win was good, and then last time I thought was very professional. You know, he is pretty relaxed. He just goes about his job on the race course, and he does it very professionally, which you'd like about Mr. Cafu, but he might not get the perfect sit as he did last time when he was allowed to just get in. So Connor Beasley will have some decisions to make as they break, which they will do shortly, and Pat will call it.
Thank you very much, Tom. We're about to get underway here with race number 8. Only a few more to come forward. It could be a very tactical affair, despite being only 6 furlongs on dirt here. Because I think the big question mark is, where does Mr. Cafu find himself here in the run? Is there enough speed to keep the international market favourite posted, who is on the hunt here for his 3rd straight win this evening? Border Edge coming up into line. Another horse who was impressive last start to win. Tygo Shea on board this evening. Already with 2 wins for the stable. Shanagai City loads away for Jules Mobian in the outside stall. Set to go, 1200, and the starter hits the lever underway. Meshakal was fast off. Desert Safari boots through early now. Mr. Cafu is forced to go back now, being passed by, on the outside, Shanagai City. Working up there as well into a forward position was Al Abed, followed there by Mr. Cafu now into 5th. Then came Border Edge, followed by Al Muzan. He's one of the last ones with Many a Star, and also Silent Speech, who was slightly detached at the moment and may have missed the boat here as Desert Safari boots through the inside, leads Meshakal. Shanagai City 3rd and 3 deep at the moment from Al Abed. Mr. Cafu being pushed along now in between horses for Connor Beasley. Border Edge having to come right around them. Al Muzan next from Many a Star, and the last one, Silent Speech. Meshakal goes right on by his stablemate here. Meshakal coming into the straight here, leading now by 2.5 lengths. Mr. Cafu 2nd, Al Abed. Desert Safari nowhere to be seen now, dropping away with Al Muzan, but it is Meshakal with the 62 kilos under Royston French, trying to stave off Mr. Cafu, who is picking up and putting him down here late. Meshakal a length. Mr. Cafu trying ever so hard, misses. Meshakal goes on to win, beats Mr. Cafu. Al Abed 4th across the line was Al Muzan from Shanagai City. Desert Safari dropped away. Then came Border Edge from Many a Star, and the last one home was Silent Speech. Well, good performance from Meshakal, the 6-year-old entire by Shamadal. Came into this off the highest rating of 90, and he has been able to win well here with the 62 kilos. Went by his stablemate like he was nothing there at the 400-metre mark. And Mr. Carfu was not able to reel him down with the 61 on his back off the rating of 88. A nice ding-dong go there to the end. Well fought out, but it was a neck margin in favour of the one, Meshakal. Too good here in the DP World Logistics GCC, presented by DP World, race number 8.
Well, we talk about horses getting the ideal trip in a dirt race, and he's probably got that in the end. Just sat on the quarters of his stable companion and leader. They've gone relatively hard because he was rushed up Desert Safari. He was a bit disappointing. Meshakal hasn't shown much of late, but he has bounced right back to form, getting the ideal sit in the race. Mr. Carfu, I think, emerges with the most credit because he had to face a tough battle early, getting kicked back, having been slightly slowly away with pace on his inside, and he's still gone and nearly won the race. So he emerges with loads of credit. Desert Safari was disappointing. Al Arbe couldn't get to the lead, but he's still stuck in there, having come off the rail. Border Edge has got a really wide trip and run really well. Silent Speech didn't look very happy, I didn't think, throughout much of the run with how things were panning out. Many a Star was on the inside. He was facing kickback. He's still stuck to it and run on, though. Emerges with some credit from that, but didn't get the run of things that he got last time. And yeah, it's gone to Meshakal, who's just been a really hard horse to predict of late, but he's tanked through that. He got a nice sit just off it, no dirt kick back at him, and the question was, would he have enough left? Mr. Carfu has nearly run him down. He emerges with a lot of credit. That's probably still a career best, but the early part of the race didn't pan out ideally. But Meshakal is back in the Meydan winners' enclosure. Royston French for Salim Bin Gadai.
Numbers in the 8th event, 1, 3, 5 and 8. 1, 3, 5 and 8. Meshakal, our winner. Winner's time 1:12.10. Margins a neck by 2 3/4 lengths. 1, 3, 5 and 8. Race 8.
Royston French is back in the winner's enclosure on the Salim Bin Gadai trained. And Mr. Salim Rashid Gadai owned Meshakal.
has a long talk now.
Royston French weighing in off the success with Meshakal. And that was much more like it from the horse. A horse you know well. Royston, well done. He seemed a proper going day for him here. Got a nice sit in the race and finished off well.
Yes, you know, obviously, admittedly, he's probably lost his way a little bit. But, you know, we were all very positive and ride him as he used to be ridden. And if he comes back to himself, you know, he would have a chance.
Did you, sort of sitting on him early today, did you feel, you know, that he was in good form today, or do you not really know until he braked?
No, I mean, his homework's always been very good. But like I say, you know, his previous form, you'd have to say, you know, he had lost his way. But the stable were very confident, and, you know, we're a very confident team, and just go out there and, you know, always try our best.
I know it's a stable companion on your inside, but it must be a nice feeling where you turn in and you just know you're going best, and it's a case of saying go and hoping you've got enough left in the tank.
Well, listen, it's you know, it's teamwork at the end of the day. If it was me, Mikel, or somebody else who was ever riding for us, that's all that matters. You know, the team.
Great stuff. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And that's correct weight there in race number 8, 135 and 8, 135 and 8. Meshakal in a boil over, 112.10. Margins are neck by 2 3/4. 135 and 8 correct weight, race 8.
Our thanks again to DP World for lending their support to the races this evening. That was the DP World Logistics GCC presented by DP World, and it was won by Meshakal. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Faisal Al-Qasim, who is the head of operations at DP World Logistics. Faisal, thank you ever so much. He'll be presenting the award, collecting on behalf of the winning owner, Mr. Salim Rashid Gadaya. Please welcome to the stage Mohammed Al-Kabi. Right, who's smiling? Who wants to win 500 dirham? We want us. You do. I bet you do. Good. No, not a great smile. You won't be winning. Who is going to win 500 dirham tonight? You need to head to the reward centre on level 1 to collect your prize. That's most important, but not as important as smiling for your chance to win Faces at the Races, our 4th and final one. But who's it going to be? Our winning smile. I know who my pick is, but I don't decide. We've gone right over ahead to you with the child in your hands, or maybe it's the child who's won, but let's face it, he's not walking to level 1. So you, madam, have won. You can share it with your offspring by all means. 500 dirham coming your way. It's more eyebrows at the Races, but fine eyebrows they are.
And welcome into the mounting yard for the final event on the program. It is the National Industries Park presented by DP World over the 2,000 metres here on turf. Let's have a look at our first horse this evening here for race number 9, Stormy Ocean. One of 2 runners here for Simon and Ed Crisford. William Buick will do the riding here. Comes into this off an official rating of 93. And he was down the track in behind Uzo last time out over the 1,800 metres. He was an 1,800 metre winner on turf here back in February of 2023. Yet to find that form here so far this season, but comes into this third up. Number 2, Warnice. Jim Crowley and Doug Watson combined for Shadwell. 5-year-old gelding here by Le Havre. 4 wins from 13 starts and was in behind Royal Dubai last week. Is on the quick backup from the final race of the evening last Friday. Looks a similar task, gets a little bit more ground this time around. Hopefully we see a similar run. A similar run would see him running well here. Number 3 is Kafaf. He was very brave there with Franz Kafka and laser guided. Got squeezed out in the late stages to go down 1.75 lengths here. Ben Cohen rides for Michael Costa, who's had a pretty light on evening this evening here at the races. And he'll be hoping to see him run well here. He steps up, gets a bit more ground, considering he was over the 1900 last start, and looks one of the winning hopes. Number 4 is Sari Dubai. He's been very good in his recent runs, just hasn't had the luck when needed, and has been cut off for a run a couple of times at a crucial stage. 2,000 metres looks right up his alley here, and the fitness should be at its peak here after a few runs already this season. He comes into this third up, just will need some luck from the wide draw. Number 5 is our next horse, and that is Intricacy for Callum Shepherd. Simon Crisford was unfortunately blocked for a run there in the final stages of last start when going down to Webinar by 2.25 lengths. This looks a tougher race. The handicap suggests it will be, but was certainly not given the runs at a crucial stage and potentially could have finished a lot better than where he did last start. One to watch. Number 6 is One World for Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea. Last start was the 19th of January there, where he was 11th, beaten 5.5 lengths by Franz Kafka. Another one who arguably had a few hard luck stories there in that last start. Maybe one that can bounce back as well. Tygo Shea and Bhupat Seema already with a couple of winners this evening. Number 7, Al Meydan. Also in that race behind Webinar there over the 2,410, drops back in distance. Coming into this here with Connor Beasley in the saddle once again for Ahmed bin Hamash. Has had multiple runs this season and should be at peak fitness already. Eye on the Prize is another runner here that comes into this event off a run in behind Franz Kafka, comes through that race as well. Beaten 3.25 lengths, running 7th, coming back out to the 2,000 metres here. Shouldn't be a concern, has run over it in the past and run okay. As the bell goes for riders to climb aboard, number 9, Great Deed, the son of Galileo. Sandro Paiva replaces Bernardo Pinheiro once again for Ahmed El Shamali. He's had 4 starts here for a win and a third. Beaten a distance last time out to the races, so would need to improve here, having his 3rd run for the season so far. Yet to really put a decent run on the board. You can put a line through the run of this horse last start, the 6-year-old gelding by Sayuni. Law of Nature, never got a run at the line there on the fence. The barrier suggests he might find a similar spot here this evening back up on the running rail, so luck will be required once again. Safi Osborne jumps on board here and partners this horse off a rating of 78 with a lightweight of 54.5. Number 11, Exciting Days, Sam Hitchcock for Doug Watson and the Albait Mutawa head team. For 54 kilos here off the rating of 77. And was down the track, beaten a ways there by Webinar last start. Drops back in distance from 2,400 back to 2,000 here tonight. And off the run last start at Abu Dhabi, Active Wisdom would need to improve off that performance there in that 0 to 75. Drops back in distance to 2,000 metres. Is a 3-time winner from 20 starts. Andrew Slattery jumps on with a lightweight of 53. That's our look at the runners here for the final race, the National Industries Park, presented by DP World. Race 9 on the program here from Meydan as we cap it all off very shortly.
Julio Losquaga joins me ahead of Eye on the Prize running. Let's reflect, Julio, if we can, first of all, on the good run, I guess, of Autobahn earlier. Always disappointing to come off second best, but were you happy with the performance?
Yes, he ran very well. It's a very nice colt. He showed it today. The winner was untouchable today, so we're happy with his performance. With his being his first run here in the UAE, that's super important. He ran well.
What did the run make you think about the future for him? Might you change anything? Where might you go next?
Yeah, let's see tomorrow how he comes up after the race and talk to the connections and to the owner. After we will see.
Eye on the Prize here, what are you expecting?
Well, he's improved a lot from his last run on turf, so we are expecting that he will run good today also.
Does he take his racing pretty well? He looks well going down actually behind us. Does he handle his racing pretty well? He doesn't, he's okay to run again pretty quick.
Yeah, he's improving through the season. That's what makes us confident to run him again. And also we think that he's found his way here on the turf, so probably he will run better today.
Thanks for your time. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Julio. Time for the ninth and final best turned out award of the night. It's gone to this horse, which is number 4. That is Sari Dubai. Our thanks to Zabil Feed. You saw their great produce on that advert there. Great producers of horse food, Zabil Feed, and they support the best turned out award, and our thanks to them for doing so, because that's 650 dirham. Thank you to Ragesh for presenting the award. Thank you to Kushal Singh for receiving the award for the best turned out horse. 650 dirham to Kushal. And Ragesh for presenting the award. Our thanks to him and everyone, Iftikhar, Ziad, everyone that presents the awards on behalf of Zabeel Feed. Here we go then. This is Kefaf we're looking at. This is my thought of who's likely to win the race. Also Sean King's thought of who's likely to win the race. That's what you really want to know. And that is who the King fancies. Kefaf. Ben Cohen takes over from Tom Marquand. The horse ran really well here last time. Stall 10 is probably going to make life harder than last time, but equally he found trouble. I just thought he was the most likely winner, but there are plenty you can make a case for. Including Intricacy, there he is, number 5 in the KHK Racing colours for Callum Shepherd, Simon and Ed Chris. Video ran well behind Webinar last time. It might just be that dropping in distance is exactly what this horse wants after a bit of a luckless run last time. Law of Nature is at the top of shot there, number 10. And he was luckless last time when ridden by Kaysal Busaidi, that's right. Safi Osborne takes over. He was on the inside. He got a nice trip round, but then never an out. So you'd be positive about the first part of the race, but he was unfortunate as the race developed. He's coming out of 2 here again, so a similar trip will likely ensue. Sari Dubai deserves a mention. Again, he's not best drawn here, but he will sit off them and try and go late. That tends to be his want. I think he'll go pretty close, to be honest. One World is an interesting horse out of stall number 4 for Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seema. One World who tends, or was patiently ridden last time, but also that looked a bit of an educational run on first start for a little while, first start since the summer. I think he will run better than that here. Loading process has just about begun for our 9th and final contest. And I thought, Pat, it was one of the most intriguing of the night.
I think you're pretty much spot on there, Tom Stanley. Thank you very much, and thank you for your assistance this evening. It is a very interesting race. Much like the race we saw last week in the 9th event, it was a 70 to 95, albeit over the 1,800 metres. It did on paper look like a race where we could see something, what you would class it potentially as an each-way hope get up, and we did see that with Royal Dubai, who got a beautiful opportunity to slot in one back the fence there, and Lucia Body was able to pick up the last with Patrick Dobbs. Now Sari Dubai comes into this race here in the same colours, hoping to do exactly the same thing. And the loading process continues here as Kefaf will load up into line. Very unlucky last time for the races. Still got Active Wisdom to come up. Intricacy's an interesting one. Probably comes from an inferior form line to a few of these coming out of that Franz Kafka race, but nevertheless, it was a good performance and he just didn't get the runs at the right time. William Buick on board the stablemate. This won't be the last time he rides for the Crisford camp this weekend. He's on board Swing Vote in the Jebel Ali Mile. So we'll be seeing William Buick tomorrow for our feature race program, Fashion Day from Jebel Ali. As we are almost set to wrap up the final race here of the evening. In this race brought to you by DP World. So it will be Intricacy, the last one to come forward. Just not wanting to play ball with Callum Shepherd at the moment. But decides to start coming forward now. And we will be set here for the final race. It is the National Industries Park presented by DP World. As Intricacy loads away, the gate closed in behind, and they are under Shane Ryan's orders here for the final race. Race number 9, and we are underway. Warnice a little slow in the early stages. Intricacy goes back. Law of Nature is trying to get an inside run up the fence here, where Exciting Days and also El Meydan start to make their way forward. Crossed over now by One World. Eye on the Prize is also in a forward spot as they come onto the course proper. Kafaf is in the first couple along with Active Wisdom. Reading back to Stormy Ocean, who's back into 6th position, spotting the lead 4 lengths. El Meydan next from Nice. Then came Great Deed, Intricacy. Law of Nature is second to last, and Sari Dubai sees them all. With 1,400 metres left to go, they go at moderate fractions, 14.63, 25.99. Kafaf not really lighting it up in front. He leads the way as well with Eye on the Prize, Active Wisdom, One World. Then came Exciting Days. Next came on the inside, El Meydan working alongside Stormy Ocean. They were followed there next in turn as they make their way to the top turn. Nice, he's deeper out, improving here under Jim Crowley. Sari Dubai followed from Great Deed, Intricacy, riding for luck up on the inside, and Law of Nature for Safi Osborne is last of all and has to come past all of them. So 850 metres left to go here in the National Industries Park, presented by DP World. It's Eye on the Prize and Kafaf. They're about a long neck between each other there. On the outside, Nice up to third. One World gets the drop on them in behind. Exciting Days was next, followed by Sari Dubai. Stormy Ocean, Active Wisdom looks beat. El Meydan sticks to the inside. Intricacy comes to the outer, along with Law of Nature. Great Deed is the last one. So as they come into the straight, 400 left to go. Kafaf now gets the measure here of Eye on the Prize, who continues to battle on. Nice, a few tired horses in between. One World still looking for that run. Tygo Shayops the inside with El Meydan. Then came Intricacy out wide. Intricacy picking up big time. Intricacy gets the measure here of Eye on the Prize late. Wants to lay in a little bit here in the late stages, but Intricacy's got them beat. Intricacy takes the last. Beats home Eye on the Prize. Photo third. Maybe Kafaf just over Sari Dubai there in the late stages. El Meydan next from Stormy Ocean. Then came Law of Nature, who never got warm there. Unfortunately, just had to go around them there after getting back to last there in the middle stages. Then came One World, followed there by Nice, Exciting Days, Great Deed, and Active Wisdom, the last one. Intricacy. Great performance, great ride by Callum Shepherd. Now, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. Could be Callum Shepherd's first win here in the UAE. He's been doing good things in the Gulf, especially over in Bahrain, but this could be his first win here this evening in Dubai. And he has ridden that an absolute treat as well. Back to last and had to weave a passage. He was at peak fitness tonight. Didn't have anyone in front of him taking the long way home, but he had them beat there from the 200-metre mark. Intricacy, a good winner, 2:02.23, 2 3/4 by a neck are those times and margins here for the last. 5, 8, 3 and 4, your numbers.
Yeah, that was comfortable, wasn't it? Intricacy's won really nicely. And Eye on the Prize has kept on going. He's run a really good race. Kafaf, you know, they were up there throughout. They finished second and third. I think you've got to mark up what this horse has done. Back in distance, he's seen it out really well. He goes flying past Sari Dubai, who does get a little bit caught for room, but the winner was flying at that point, and he's won very, very comfortably. Has this horse trained by Simon and Ed Crisford, Intricacy. The head-on will tell us a little bit more, but he gets go. I think you do ultimately want to come wide here if you can on the turf course. We've seen a few winners win like that and just get one good run at them down the wide outside. He has to switch outside Sari Dubai, who's finished fourth. He does that. You can see Callum's got his left in his whip in his left hand, and he's tugging on the right rein. He does try and straighten him up, to be fair, but the horse really lugs over that way. Doesn't help those in behind, but it doesn't make a difference to the result because he was much the best, and he has won very comfortably. This is where they start going in behind. The run of One World I thought would be interesting because he was going really well turning in, but I don't think Tyke had enough horse on him under him to really get out. He never, just watching him in the black shadow roll there. No, there's no obvious excuses late on. Al Meydan a bit shortened up on the inside. Sari Dubai again a bit unlucky, but you know that's his way of racing. He wouldn't have got past this horse with a clear run because this horse went sweeping past him. Intricacy for Callum Shepherd wins nicely.
Numbers for the last race: 5, 8, 3 and 4. 5, 8, 3 and 4. Intricacy, your winner. 202.23. 2 3/4 by a neck. 5, 8, 3 and 4. The numbers in the last.
Welcome back into the winner's enclosure. Another one for Simon and Ed Christopher. Callum Shepherd in the saddle on Intricacy. Callum Shepherd weighing in off the back of that success. A first Carnival winner for you, is it, Callum?
It is. Yeah, no, it's very gratifying to do it. I thought I'd do it the last time I rode him, and we got assassinated in the final sort of half furlong or so. So just reward for everyone and the horse, and back and trip, which probably isn't really his gig. Done that really nicely.
Yeah, you'd probably mark him up based on the fact that, I mean, the front two throughout have finished second and third, and you just gone sweeping by them from off it.
Yeah, it took a little while to warm into the race, but I think allowing him to do that sort of key to him, peeled him to the outside, and he was a very strong finisher. Sort of lent left as he was getting the better of the field down his inside, but gone through the line really strong and took a bit of pulling up actually. So a horse that sort of got his confidence back after perhaps it was knocked, the rumble and sort of racing on dirt, sort of back on turf. He's the last two starts he's come right back to his best, and probably better than that.
You enjoyed riding out here?
A lot. I'm glad I'm busy at home and it's going great, but between here and Bahrain they've been very fruitful this winter, and look, it's needs to say, as a visiting rider, to come here and get rides is one thing. It's not easy, but to ride a winner here, it's an amazing place, and a place you grow up watching the greats. So so grateful to Ed Christopher and everyone at KHK Racing for giving me the opportunity.
Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in the last, 5, 8, 3 and 4. Correct weight, Intricacy takes the last. 5, 8, 3, 4, correct weight, race 9.
Right, time for the presentation for our 9th and final contest. It was the National Industries Park presented by DP World. Making his way to the presentation podium is Abdullah Al-Jasmi, the Vice President, National Industries Park. Thank you to Abdullah. And he will be presenting the award, collecting on behalf of KHK Racing. Please, once again, he's been up before, show your appreciation for Sheikh Dej Salman Al Khalifa. Pat and I in the winner's enclosure, and we've seen some good horses in here tonight. Who was your standout?
It's a really tough one, isn't it? I really liked, even though I was firmly in the corner of Starlust, I thought not only the ride in the timing of it all, but also the performance itself. I thought Great Truth's run and win was superb. He's obviously come through that recent run so well, and for him to be able to step it up to the next level and basically beat Starlust. To be perfectly honest with you, it wasn't beating Starlust that was the shock. It was the fact that the filly in Frost at Dawn was so close to winning, and a horse that was probably so deserved of a win as well. So, you know, it's a bit upsetting that we didn't see Frosted Dawn win, but I think Great Truth's performance was definitely one to remember.
We've got Never Show Weakness as a possible Dubai World Cup horse. He obviously needs to take in a next start, and it's probably more rushed than ideal, but that's the path he's on now, so they might as well roll the dice.
Oh, for sure. Look, he's a horse that gets a strong 2,000 metres. He's continued to be able to raise the bar, and look, we did have a leaderish track here tonight. That's there's no surprise and no shock in saying that. It was definitely a track that favoured those who settled in the first 3 or 4, but it was the manner in which Never Show Weakness did it that was, I guess, you know, one to suggest that he's only going to continue improving. The question mark is, where's the line?
And two horses who could have been racing against each other, but Ruling Dynasty and Intricacy, you know, they're both nice looking middle distance horses going forward. I think Intricacy will go back up in trip and be fine, and Ruling Dynasty won pretty snug.
Yeah, he did. I think Ruling Dynasty's one to suggest that, you know, we can completely put a line through that last start. You know, as we said, there was lameness issues and stuff that last start and the post-vets examinations. He's certainly come through that and shown his true colours here this afternoon, and Intricacy was very good from where he came from. Callum Shepherd was very confident that he was on the right horse, and he was on a horse that had enough in hand to be able to go the long way and be able to not have to ride for luck and go around them and come home the way that he did. And yeah, look, he laid in a little bit late. We'll hear more about that, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, it was still a good win, and the horse deserves plenty of credit, and so does Simon and Ed Crisford. It could be a big weekend for them with the Jebel Ali Mile tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so I was going to go through that. So you've got Jebel Ali tomorrow, you've then obviously got the meeting back here, and then next Friday, and then that rolls us on into Abu Dhabi, does it?
It certainly does. President's Cup next Thursday at Abu Dhabi, $4.5 million race there. So it's going to be a big event, and Abu Dhabi, I'm sure, will be putting on a great show. So the next 2 Saturdays, along with the great racing here at Meydan, is going to be, it's a big fortnight, and it's just continuing week by week to just wind it up towards what's going to be, you know, the first real big program of the thing, and as we know, that's Super Saturday. So looking forward to it all.
Yeah, we're not too far away from it. Pat, great stuff. Have a good week.
Yeah, thank you, Tom.
And for those of you back next week, I'm sure you'll have a fantastic evening. We look forward to seeing you back here then as we roll on with the Dubai Racing Carnival. Good night.
ويمكن كان أقرب